G'day, mate. It's Colin McGeezer, and he's here with you again. Mate, if you're inside the biz and you got do a little bit of shop talk, mate, you got to talk out of school a little bit. We've got a whole bunch of interesting things on the inside, mate, about the whole Black Sun mystery. Yes, that's right, mate. If you get your top secret clearance and you learn things on the inside, mate, you find out that we've got some pretty incredible stuff out there. We've got a binary solar system, and it's the Black Sun legend, mate. Welcome. I decided I was going to open up the show for you today, mate. So here I am. It's Colin McGeezer. Woo! Thank you for the invisible applause, which I can feel as it resonates in my soul. It says, almost white. We love the way you do it, David. Are you seeing a lot of posts on X? Purple, white shirt, lilac shirt. We love it. We love it, mate. Thank you very much, you beautiful people. I'm glad to be here today. I gave David a lot of inside intel on this whole Black Sun thing, and I hope he uses it, mate. So we'll see what he does, but we'll find out in a minute. All right. I'm very excited, you guys. This is going to be a great show. I'm really thrilled. Maybe I'll let it ride a little bit, open up the top button. Just what the hell? Let's cut loose. So, yeah, there's some interesting stuff going on here. Seeing myself with a cigarette. It's always very funny to have it wagging in my mouth like that, no matter which character it is. Tramai, Angry Daddy, Colin McGeezer, probably even my preacher character would need a cigarette as well. They all need one, you know. It really is an accessory. It's a fashion accessory. So I'm excited because, you know what, I've got a vacation coming up very soon. In fact, probably tomorrow, barring something strange, is when I'm going to be going. And thank you guys so much. Those of you who bought the Michael Prophecies books and who stepped up and voted with your green energy to help me do this vacation. I still want to do a little bit more because let me tell you, if some more people, I'm going to send out another email, and hopefully a few more of you who bought the Michael Prophecies will upgrade to the videos for $88. It's a very nice deal we're offering just to those people who already bought the books. And the reason why I'm asking for this is that I figured out I don't have to go offline. Woo! That's right. I am not going to miss any shows, you guys. I mean, you're not going to have this lavish, beautiful set that we've got right now. This is just epic. I've got lots of cameras and colors and everything else. But what I figured out is that I can bring one of these blue lights that I use behind me. They're called color casters, actually. That's what I found out. It's very cheap. You get it at the hardware store. At least my hardware store sells them. And they do a really great job. You know, it's just a big saturation of light. It's inexpensive. And so I'm bringing one of those with me. And I'm going to bring two laptops, one for the live stream and then one for my slides. Then I'm going to bring the Black Magic Design, or BMD. You know, unfortunately, it's called Black Magic, but that's just the name of the company. They happen to be really great. They're out of Australia, mate. So don't disrespect the Aussies down under, mate. We've got a monopoly on this beautiful gear for your live streaming, mate. So anyway, it's pretty cool because you use a Black Magic Design Ultra Studio Mini Recorder 3D or 3G, and that allows you to plug into your USB 3 port on the laptop, which is what my laptop has, and then that becomes a camera angle. So all I'm really doing is I'm running slides off of one laptop in Apple Keynote, which has a lot of great animations and it's vector graphics, so everything looks really sharp on screen. And then I feed it into, I'm using Telestream Wirecast as my main software system, so you have to spend a little bit of time figuring that out, getting that configured, but it's really not bad. And then you can set up camera angles, and so one of them I'm probably going to use will be the laptop camera. Oh no, I know, no depth of field. But I am working on ordering something that I might get delivered to me before next Sunday. But here's the trick. I figured out, just like with my ex-wife when we went to Banff back in the day, that I can go to a different hotel on Sunday that actually has good internet, unlike the one that I stay in that's way out in the boonies. And I'll be able to do a live stream. So you're not going to miss out on me, and I'm sure that's going to make you guys really happy. We already had donations coming in. We're already at 2,200 viewers. That's amazing. Rain Kramer says, hello, David, wishing you the best. Is that lavender? Yes, it is. You know, it's not purple. It's not blue. Got to keep you guys on your toes and have you guessing once in a while. It's a very, very live stream. Somebody says they've got no sound. That's probably your volume. You want to turn your volume up because everybody else can hear me. If we had no sound at all, then everybody would be saying that, but you're the only one. That was Mr. Sauce. So Roger Zubarik, one of our most consistent donors, has just donated $50 right there. Says, David, thank you from us in Florida. Enjoy your time off and all that you've delivered. Well, thank you, Roger. You've been awesome. Hope I get to meet you someday. Come to a conference when I start doing those again. Donald Barker says, I can't seem to get started on the sacred science of Michael Prophecies. Well, you just got to watch the videos. People are saying they hear me. The sound is perfect. Sounds good. It's definitely there. Okay, so that was just a one-off. Anyway, I've got some kind of particle in my eye, so, you know, you got to watch me dying on stage, unprofessionally trying to lift this particle. I think I just got it for the most part. Let's do a little bit more right there. Anyway, I hope you went to the bathroom, says Grant Armstrong. Well, I did, but we're probably going to have an intermission before the Alliance slides because I have to say, going and taking a leak last week before I got started was so incredible. Being able to just get on camera after that and then finish out the slides of the Alliance stuff without being like feeling like I'm swimming in a fishbowl, and that my eyes are turning yellow because there's so much piss in me. That was really great. I mean, yes, theoretically I can go for 4.5 hours if I need to without peeing. And what's ironic is, too, that the number of people watching always goes up as time goes on. So it's not like I'm dying on stage by speaking that long. In fact, the audience just keeps growing the longer I stay on the air. I mean, we're already at 2,500 right now, which is really incredible. And we're already at 6 minutes. So that's really great that it's gone in so fast. Rocky Angel says, the gosh darn particle. Well, I don't know. I mean, yeah, we're going to be talking about, sacred geometry again. That's a very big part of this. The photon is the essence of the universe. The photon bifurcates into a rainbow spectrum or an octave of 7 colors: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet. Sorry about my eye. I wouldn't do this if I didn't have to. Let's pull the eyelid over the eye. There we go. I think I got it now. So anyway, yeah, there's a photon that makes the rainbow, and so the rainbow is a metaphysical indicator. It's like a clue left behind by the conscious universe that helps us solve the entire mystery. So it's funny that like the LGBT community uses the rainbow, and they branded around that because it's actually a very, very important concept. Only 691 likes, says Trent Malik. Hit that like button. Absolutely. Smash the like button. Literally just pound it with your fist. Leanne Boudreau donated and says, thank you, David Wilcock. This is great. Well, there's other YouTube talents. I mean, I do David Nino Rodriguez show, Nino's Corner. I did one actually last Saturday on his channel. You got to go look for that. I didn't even have time to put it on Twitter. But I did do another show with him. It's probably things you've already heard before if you watch a lot of my stuff, but it was cool to do that. But he runs it off of his laptop. I mean, you can see the lid, you can see the camera wobbling sometimes when he puts his hands down. But I am trying to buy this thing for Sunday that is a little tiny 4K camera that has depth of field effect, so I will still have a blurry background, as a 1-inch sensor, and it tracks your face, and it's got autofocus and all that stuff. I'm going to have to screw around with it and make sure it doesn't do its own white balancing. I have to lock in the white balance and make sure everything looks good. But it's a really cool little device. It's the DJI Osmo Pocket 3. There. I'm not getting any promotional money for saying that, but I got to say, I was looking around. I'm like, well, is there a camera that I could use that's really small that would actually work for this and still give me depth of field with a blurry background? Because that's the whole key, right? Like you either have to go big, which these cameras are freaking huge. There's no way I'm bringing this to Canada. Or if you go small or you use your laptop, then everything is in focus, and that looks totally non-cinematic. And for me, it's like, the blurry background is part of my signature. I mean, I got this awesome guitar, which you always ask me to play, but I'm not playing it yet. But anyway, it's all blurry. So this little device is only like $519 right now. And so it's very affordable. And, somebody says the LGBT flag is not complete. It only has 6 colors, not 7. That's Make a Rollveld. And then Ryan Perella says, much appreciation for the details on your live stream equipment. I've never heard of a 3G capable BMD switcher. Thanks for mentioning Keynote. It's fundamental to your presentation. Yeah, I'm really surprised actually that there's hardly anybody else who even runs slides in their show, because it's really not that difficult. You just use Keynote. You can do the same thing with a live show where you're running it into a projector, except in this case, I'm taking the HDMI out port on my Mac. You got to make sure your laptop has that, which the latest Macs, the MacBook Pros do. Scott Opper just donated. I applied to Stavati. I hope you can use me. We don't want to use you, Scott. You know, that sounds dark, but anyway, yeah, well, maybe we can find something for you to do. Just thank you for writing in. Bonnie Brown donated $100. Look at that. It's the red one. There's Scott right there. Wow, David, I'm so excited to be able to watch you during your vacation. Thank you to my customer service team. They are definitely in the process of shooting down haters as they pop up. I think that our little friend Steven has brought his other little guys in, and he's going to be having a big surprise pretty soon from our lawyers. And I feel bad for the guy. I hope that he'll do some kind of plea bargain and tell us who paid him to do this. Anyway, Beverly Adams just donated $20. Culper just donated $5. Hope to talk with you, David, perhaps on vacation about my dad's 2014 deathbed prophecy. Yeah, that's right. I was going to read her thing. I haven't gotten to do that yet. Culpepper, $5, donated. China's super radar detects plasma bubbles over the pyramids of Giza. Look for that article. I shared it on the chat. Okay, that sounds really cool, and I believe it. The pyramid does generate energy. And we have another donation, Clinton Goodrich. Thanks for everything you do, David. Here's a little help towards your trip. I'm glad to hear we can look forward to live streams. Yeah, I mean, things are so crazy. We got this debate coming up on Tuesday. It's just too intense for me not to keep going. So I do need to spend a little more money in order to go to another hotel, because I booked the whole 3 weeks at the one place. So I am going to have to do overlaps for like one night. Actually, it's 2 nights because I got to... But anyway, the hotel I ended up going to is less expensive, so it's not like it's that bad. But, you know, I've had to help Stavati out again because we have one deal is supposed to hit on Tuesday. We have another deal that could be very, very large, is supposed to hit on September 15th. And that's a whole investment group. And they are the ones that are, you know, potentially going to go up to $5 billion. Let's hope that happens. That would be great for us. We're going to be able to do a bunch of things right away. We do want to get, I got hair in my face. We do want to get our hover car stuff going right away. And so this is not a joke. The Navy's declassified the patents that actually tell you how to make a hover car from Salvatore Pais. He also declassified power plant technology that would be what we call cold plasma. So we're going to start building these things. And I had a dream this morning showing me that I've been successful, that I've been through these initiations, and that there was still a window for me not to have success if I had fallen back into addiction, which I wasn't really addicted. I was using medication to, you know, get rid of PTSD. It worked very well for that. My PTSD is essentially gone. And so I had a little bit, I mean, never really that debilitating, but enough that, you know, there were certain things that were problematic. I, you know, just had trouble socializing in person, and, you know, it wasn't really that bad, but a lot of painful things have happened to me throughout my life, and I've been bankrupt for the last 3 years, and this house is crazy. I mean, you're going to get traumatized if you have no power for a week, and I went through that in the spring. I went through 5 feet of snow, and then having my dog dying in the midst of all that, and having to shovel a massive half-mile long path for her because she won't poop if you don't give her a long enough path. So Starlight of the Divine donated $17.17, sending blessings and love. Thank you very much. We're up to 3,000 people now watching live, and that's only at 13 minutes. Check out the redacted MH370 report. Yes, we did. And that's very fascinating because you see these 3 orbs around this plane, MH370, and then it disappears, and they show you from 2 camera angles. So that technology was described by Pete. It's called masking. That is one of the things that we will be able to do if we want to. Somebody says, I could use some help with that kind of mind issues. And again, yes, a divorce too. The divorce was very painful. It was basically a surprise. I didn't really know it was going to happen. And then I got stuck here in the winter when I was about to go back to Sedona. And the winter is brutal. I mean, we got wind. The wind is always running for like 3 or 4 days at a time. I'm finally going to get my house done. That's another thing. I'm going to actually get insulation between the logs. That's called chinking. Judy Booth just donated. Tarotina just donated. Live in the present always. So yeah, between the divorce, between being absolutely bankrupt, between having a lot of customer service problems that I didn't really find out about until we hired the new team. Sorry about that. Anybody that had those problems, it was not my fault. I expected them to be doing what they were supposed to do, and they were not. I'm not going to bother them about it anymore. There's no litigation going on, but some people might want to. I'm not going to. Anyway, we got all that cleared up. Everybody who had customer service issues had it solved. We've had to give a couple refunds out recently because some people ordered the wrong thing and they didn't get the discount. The discount code, by the way, if you go to thedisclosure.com, the discount code is actualization, and that will get you the full package for $177. That's thedisclosure.com, code actualization. So we got 2 donations again here. We got JDR 1760 and we got Starseed Essence. JDR says, David, have you seen the thunderstorm generator that produced close to free energy and incredible amounts of oxygen? Randall Carson. No, I have not. That sounds fascinating. Starseed Essence says, I love the lavender shirt. I'm so glad you're doing these lives. Well, yeah, I kind of figured out, you know what, if I wear lavender, it actually contrasts better against this very saturated blue background that I've got now. I've got like 4 different color generators that are 5 different color generating lights that are making it look so blue. And that's really cool. Anna E just donated $50. Thank you very much. War Angel says, I have PTSD raised by a narcissist. Yeah, I mean, I went through bullying my whole life, and then I go online and I want to share really cool information beginning in 1996, and I find out that there's always going to be people who hate me and want to attack me. And as I've said many times, from 96 to 2002, every person who had beef, I wrote them personally. I found out what was going on, and I said, look, you know, this is not what you think. I wanted to figure out why they hated me, and usually it's either one of 2 things. David has a big ego, or David is making money. That's what they would always say. But a lot of times people interpret that I have a big ego, when in fact what's really happening is that I'm just confident about my material. I mean, I've been talking about this stuff ever since I started to read The Law of One, 1996. I was online when I started to read The Law of One on Richard C. Hoagland's discussion forum, and that was enterprisemission.com. So back in the day, there was a lot of people on there. He was getting 20 million listeners on Art Bell. And so with 20 million listeners, he had a huge discussion forum. Tons and tons of people paying attention. And so it was all about the headline. You had to write a headline that was a grabber that would make people want to read this stuff. And whatever it was that you had to say. So I got into the competitiveness of writing these posts, and I did that 96 and 97. And then in 98, I first did a website, and I started to work with greatdreams.com. That was the guy who introduced me to remote viewing in 96. His name was Joe Mason. And now we're talking about the Masonic Black Sun. So how appropriate, right? Anyway, so Joe Mason was not a Freemason. It's just ironic that he had that name. But he's the one who taught me how to do this remote viewing protocol interpreted as the dream voice, where instead of regular remote viewing where you're trying to get pictures and you're trying to only use visuals, this dream voice protocol specifically focused on getting auditory spoken words put in and getting them on a tape recorder. And actually right now, I'm ingesting the last 3 untranscribed tapes. I still have untranscribed Michael Prophecies tapes from 1999. There's 3 of them from around March and April. And I'm actually transferring them to digital right now while I'm doing the show. I finally got that together because I said, you know what? When I go to Canada, I want to read all the books. I'm not even going to worry about playing guitar or anything. I just got to read through all the books because I haven't done that yet. I wrote all of them in kind of a trance state, and I wrote them very quickly over the course of 2022 and 23. So it took a long time to get through all those books. And then I immediately went to Las Vegas, immediately went to LA, filmed Levitation, which we're still wondering what's going on with that. And then I went right into doing The Disclosure, the taping with Chris Beskar. And then, 2 years later, we did another taping, and that was Sacred Science, which again is now available at thedisclosure.com. Use the discount code actualization, and you'll get it for $177. And it is well worth it. It's going to make all the stuff I'm talking about today much more understandable. It's a grand overview of sacred geometry. You get all 7 of these books. The books are incredible. You can't even put a price on something like this. They are essentially priceless. And the reason why is that I found out that this stuff that I channeled in 1996 through 2000 from a source that eventually in 99 said it was Archangel Michael. That's supposedly the highest angel in the pantheon of positive angelic beings, and then you just have Jesus above that, Jesus and Mary. That's what it was, and I didn't really enjoy that back then because I wasn't into Christianity. I was Archangel Michael. I kind of even forgot about it. I mean, all that stuff, I uploaded it to my website in 99, 2000. I first got my own website, February 99. Okay, yeah, he's the reincarnation of Edgar Cayce. He's got the same face, same astrology. That was all in there from the beginning. I got a lot of trolling on that stuff too. People do not like it if you say that you're the reincarnation of somebody famous. I mean, I laughed at it too. There was other people trying to say they were the reincarnation of somebody famous back when I got online in 95, 96, and I thought it was ridiculous. So I wasn't happy when I found out in 97, October, after doing these readings for a year, they told me, you are Edgar Cayce reincarnated. I'm like, oh my God, you guys. That made me feel like my life was all, just trashed. I mean, I have all this responsibility. There's all this stuff I'm supposed to be doing. But it was in the summer of 1998, as I said last week, I had my last job. Up until then, I was working regular 9-to-5 jobs, full-time, only making $200 or $300 a week, $6 or $7 an hour. After taxes, you just get wiped out. And it wasn't until 1998 that I became self-employed doing these readings for other people. I've got about 500 of them. I have all the original cassettes in my vault. We haven't digitized them yet, but I'm considering starting to do some of that. I don't know, maybe. But anyway, this is the first step towards digitizing. I'm doing it right now. There were 3 tapes in 1999 that I never actually transcribed because I just got behind and then I lost track of it. And even when I did the Michael Prophecies books, I wrote 7 of these books. I unsealed the material. What does that mean? That means that I was in trance when I dictated it. I was in trance when I transcribed it because I don't want to ever attune to my voice and listen to what my voice is saying. So I would just transcribe the words without analyzing their meanings. And so I did this work, and then I would upload everything onto the internet as I was getting these things done. And all the stuff from, 96, 97, 98, I'd already done in my journal. But again, I'd never analyzed it. I'd never listened to it. So I read the stuff in 96 and 97, but by the time we got to 98, I pretty much was just transcribing it and then forgetting about it. And then when I uploaded it to the internet, I forgot about it. So in all actuality, most of these 7 books that you could buy now at thedisclosure.com, discount code actualization 177, all 7 books and the videos. Most of these books, I never really even read them once. It was all like looking at it for the first time. And the only time I really sat down and started to actually read this stuff was in the beginning of 2022 in February. And it wasn't even until July 2022 that I committed, on July 14th, that I committed consciously that I would go through all the previous years. Because up until then, I had only unsealed the year 1999, which is a very big year. There's a lot of stuff that year. And then a little bit of 1998. And I just kept finding that wherever I started to unseal these readings, to reread them in the present, they were describing stuff that was happening right now. Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, Donald Trump, Barack Obama, war in Afghanistan, later on war in Israel, the Afghanistan withdrawal, the Chinese balloon scare, all the stuff that happened in 2020, all the stuff with the little virus, all the stuff that happened with whatever treatment people were getting as a result of that. What was the real meaning behind that? Is there some deeper purpose to it that now everybody's learning about? Why would angelic beings allow this to happen? The answer is that it protected us from actually having a catastrophic pole shift. If the 2020 events, which includes the election and the other stuff that happened that year, if that hadn't have been allowed to take place, the only other way through this ascension window that we're in would have been a catastrophic pole shift where actually life on Earth is essentially wiped out. And we don't want that. So you look at the fact that Hiroshima and Nagasaki were allowed to occur. I believe, first of all, let's just make this clear, that there are overseer entities here. There are angelic beings that are far more powerful than a human being. They have the ability to look at linear time like it's a television set and look at all different periods of linear time. And they have the gall to get me to wear these kind of sizzle shoes for you, man. To give that level of commitment, that level of honesty, the honesty of sequins on my shoes. It's just a way of really sharing and opening up greater intimacy between us so that you can feel more comfortable and more confident as you sit here watching me on your computer. That's the joy. That's the real gift that I have to share with you is my sizzle shoes. You know, it's either that or Trump slippers, pretty much one or the other. Maybe I'll even bring these with me to Canada. Who knows? Maybe depends on if I have enough room in my suitcase. But anyway, it's been fascinating to unseal these books and to realize that we have a non-catastrophic ascension going on. And the books say, most importantly, that it's coming to a conclusion in 2025, sometime next year. They don't really say when, but it has to do with the powers that were being brought to justice. It has to do with a whole sequence of events that a whole variety of sleepers have no idea is about to happen. If they're still buying into the charade, if they're still watching television and thinking it tells them the truth, if they're still paying attention to the mainstream, then they are lost. And it is really, really crazy and very upsetting. It upset me again the other day, realizing how aggressively certain individuals are dedicated to these very evil pursuits. And this is an ongoing situation. They're just absolutely fanatical. And they're so fanatical that it's created a major spiritual renaissance. So again, the negative beings are allowed to do a certain amount of stuff, but there are overseer beings that stop them from going too far. So Hiroshima and Nagasaki were allowed to occur because it got us all worried about nuclear war, and we saw the devastating effects of radiation. You get mutations, you get radiation sickness. You're seeing people just get immolated and leave nothing but a shadow behind on the ground because of the flash of white light. The problems of radioactivity, how long it stays in the environment, the fact that it is so damaging to life, and it causes all these strange mutations. So they allowed, the higher beings, in my view, allowed that to happen, but then there's a very rich history of how we see, like, for example, in 2010, there was an event at the National Press Club with Robert Hastings describing many, many instances of UFOs arriving over nuclear missile bases and powering them down. Missiles become radioactively inert. They're not launch capable anymore. You can't fire them off. And as a result of all this, we just had another donation, Angelica Frias. Dave, do you know anything about cattle mutilations in Dulce, New Mexico? That happened on my grandfather's ranch in Dulce in the 1970s. My great-grandpa homesteaded and named Dulce in the 1800s. Wow, that's pretty cool. Yeah, the cattle mutilations are definitely the work of negative ETs. And this again gets into the fact that certain types of grays do require biological material to survive. They require, for example, the endocrine secretions of either animals or humans. And so, again, one of the ugly things that we find out about is that grays take a bath in this human puree. They blend up a human being. They actually soak in it, and they absorb, growth hormone and stem cells, and they can also get those from animals. And so this was intended to scare people. This was intended to make you afraid of UFOs, but that's all the negative reptilian and gray type varieties that do that. The reptilians actually eat meat. They will actually just prey on living beings while they're alive and eat them alive. But the grays are actually going to soak in human material or animal material, and that's what the cattle mutilations are about. It should be say dulce. Okay, that's fine. I'm happy to. And then HWMO Liberty says, ugh, that sounds gross, those grays. Yeah, I agree. And I love that Trump announced for any future debates, there should be not any elevated podium stands. Come as you are, no elevated stands. Yeah, that's interesting. I hadn't heard that one. But anyway, thank you for that clarification on the pronunciation, everything else. Thank you guys for the donations. This is a proxy war between good and evil, as I've found out. Extraterrestrials are very real. And actually, we have, I don't know, how many people on the Stavati board of directors who actually worked at, let's just say, Area 51-like places. And when you go above the top secret level, you go in eventually 35 levels above the President of the United States. Obama never got this stuff. George W. certainly never got this stuff. George Sr. probably knew some things.
Reagan certainly never got anything. Clinton never got anything. 35 levels above the president is where you have cosmic top secret clearance, and at that level, you are now part of this aerospace community, as it's called, and that community includes underground bases, off-planet bases, and direct interaction with extraterrestrials. This is not going to be kept secret much longer. We are going to meet these extraterrestrials, and the really cool part is that unlike some Christians thinking that all extraterrestrials are evil, you go back into the Bible, you find out there's angelic ETs. They are very positive, and they look like humans. So again, King Nebuchadnezzar in the Old Testament, in the book of Isaiah, sees 3 angels named Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego. And he says, I don't believe these guys are angels. Throw them in this furnace 7 times hotter than what it takes to roast human flesh, and let's see how angelic they are. Well, they came out completely unharmed, not a hair singed on their bodies, and he fell down before them and said, blessed be the mighty ones. Oh, my tape recorder just flipped over. That was so funny. Right as I said, blessed be the mighty ones, it actually made that noise where it flipped over. And that's where the mighty ones were speaking through me. I had no idea about all this stuff back then. I was just doing these readings, and now I'm ingesting the tapes for you so that eventually we can get them transcribed. And I'm going to be reading stuff that I've never seen before that's not in the Michael books. And again, it's 3 90-minute tapes. So that's a total of, 270 minutes of potentially explosive new material that's going to be prophetic, that nobody's ever seen before, even if you got the Michael books. I don't know what I'm going to do with it yet. I probably will write another book, a sequel or something. I don't know. We'll figure it out. But anyway, I'm going to hopefully get those transcribed and unsealed on my trip. They're all being digitized right now. And in Adobe Premiere now, they've got a transcribing function for video. So all I have to do is make little videos out of these, and then I can transcribe them right in Adobe. I just have to figure out how to export the transcript file, but I don't think that's going to be too difficult. And then boom, all the work is done. And all I have to do is polish it by listening to it and make sure that the transcript is right. And it should be okay. I mean, we'll find out. But I'm going to go through and make sure that everything's exactly perfect, which would almost probably take as long as anything else that you would do. So again, please don't get consumed with this idea that all extraterrestrials are aliens and that they're evil and they're negative. This is not true. The most enjoyment that the people in the aerospace community have is when they talk to extraterrestrials that look just like us or very similar. Some of them might have different colored skin. There's a certain type that looks almost human but has a violet colored iris with a diamond-shaped pupil. I've heard about them. There's some that look like us, but they're very pale white. There's actually several types of tall whites. It's not just one thing. But the point is, there are positive angelic extraterrestrials. They've been called the Intergalactic Sierra Club. They've been called hippies from outer space in the inside community. And they're very concerned about the Earth, and they will not allow the military-industrial complex to do more than what is permitted. So Hiroshima and Nagasaki was permitted. COVID was permitted. That's just true. And again, even though you might have a great deal of hatred for the people who may have been behind that, if you believe there was somebody behind that, we actually also can thank them in the sense that they were used by benevolent ETs in order to avoid us going through a catastrophic pole shift. And the books explain exactly why that happened, that it was necessary for some death to occur to get people to wake up and realize what was really going on here. So figuring out that there's some type of organized evil and that it's a lot bigger than you ever thought is, I was onto that back in '93 when I started to have college classes on it. I started to read books on it. But I really am amazed now that something that for me was like I was the torchbearer, I was a fringe conspiracy theorist, and now it's just become mainstream. Everybody's learning this stuff. And therefore, I consider awakening to this to be a very critical part of your ascension process. If you haven't cracked through the illusion, if you think that they're telling you the truth, then you are still lost. And if you think that this is, oh my God, I thought I turned the ringer off. I'm getting spam phone calls during my shows, very unpleasant. And I actually did try to turn the ringer off. This happened before I got on the air. I tried to turn the ringer off and it's still going anyway. That's super frustrating. I don't know why I can't get the ringer to go off, but it's just not letting me do that. So anyway, okay. It's probably just to annoy me. You know, there's a spiritual reality here where you've got positive beings that are described not only in the Bible, but the Bhagavad Gita, the Vedic scriptures, which are the Hindu religious texts. It's all over the place in Buddhism. The second Buddha, Padmasambhava, the whole basis of Tibetan Buddhism came from an angelic human extraterrestrial, Padmasambhava. His name means lotus-born, as I've said before. He had 6 fingers. You can see a 6-fingered handprint on his temple in Tibet. And he taught people rainbow body, where if you're nice for 13 years, you get to ascend, and then you turn into rainbow-colored light, and you leave behind either no body at all or just a tiny little 7-inch tall figurine ash, no skeleton. It's very different than a regular death, which leaves behind, obviously, a full-size skeleton. Everybody would. So there's something that happens here where you can get transformed, and again, that's more like the touchdown ascension, whereas what we're going through is the field goal. You're only going to 4D instead of 7D. If you get rainbow body activation, you're going to 7th density. So again, the law of one described how, like the white keys on the piano, you have do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti, do if you want to use the solfeggio, or you have C, D, E, F, G, A, B, and that would be your white key octave starting on middle C. That actually, as I said before, you read the book, The Physics of Love by Dale Pond, who I met him in person. He's brilliant, and we had a wonderful conversation. It turns out that the ratios of vibrations of air that create those diatonic keys on the piano are the same ratios that we get between the vibrations of photons that make the different colors, the actual wavelengths of light that make the rainbow, red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet, have the same exact numerical ratios between them as the sounds on the keyboard. So that's something the universe pre-programmed. They intended us to figure this out. Far fewer people are aware of the fact that geometry is also connected to this, that you can get sound vibration, you vibrate a liquid, and you get geometry. And I'll show you that again very soon. So this equivalence between light, sound, and geometry is probably the main thing that these positive, benevolent extraterrestrial humans have tried to teach us, because once you have that, you have the key to unlock the unified field theory of physics. You now get to explain everything. And so what happened is they came here from time to time and they taught us everything we would need to know about how to unlock the mysteries of this physics. And one of the things that they taught us that was then co-opted by Freemasonry and later by the Germans starting in the 1920s was this legend of the black sun. So we are going to get into that today. We're going to get into some new stuff. And there's another donation. It's Mr. Danke. Mr. Danke. How cute. Thank you, David. You've helped me understand so much. I'm a longtime fan. Stay safe. He's got 13 thumbs up. And we're now at 4,000 concurrent viewers. So thank you guys all for being there. People are saying, wow, that makes a lot of sense. Yes. So what happened is positive angelic humans came here. They want to teach us about sacred geometry. They're doing it all the time with crop circles. The majority of all the crop circles are very compelling things. They're not built by the hands of humans on Earth. They use microwave frequencies. Water disappears from underneath. The water is apparently used from local aquifers to keep the crops from burning. They bend at the growth nodes without breaking. They still grow. They're still alive. And all the crops will flatten down in a matter of seconds. There have been eyewitness reports of people seeing crop circles form, and it unfolds like an oriental fan. Just in a matter of seconds, the whole thing is laid down. Some people have been documented in British eyewitness testimony released by the government from the UK of seeing human extraterrestrials tweaking the crop circle to make sure they work right in these silver jumpsuits. And then when they run away, they run very fast because they have the ability to change how they experience time, so they can speed up time for themselves. And then for us, it looks like they're running very fast, but for them, they're running at a normal speed, but they're in a different time vortex. So that's another thing we could talk about. We're not going to get into that today. But the point is, even apart from in-person human ET contacts that always talked about sacred geometry, we also have crop formations. And then all of this stuff about sacred geometry became very secret and got locked away in mystery school teachings. And they don't want you to know this. They consider it a secret mystery of their secret organization. And so they're not going to tell you. They want this stuff to remain hidden because they were taught by these human ETs in the beginning that if you meditate on sacred geometry and you meditate on the equivalence of light, sound, and geometry, again, color and sound and geometry, this is the path to building your light body and ascending. Apparently, getting involved in sacred geometry is very important for that. So you look at the fact that Christian churches and cathedrals and abbeys have stained glass windows that are mandalas. You see mandalas in Tibetan Buddhism. You see mandalas in regular Buddhism. And you see mandalas in Hinduism. And they all seem to have very common sacred geometric proportions, involving things like the flower of life formation, involving things like, I didn't even have time. We got an update on the latest crop circle, the Lionsgate 88 circle. I'll do that one next week. But if you see my Twitter page, that's David_Wilcock. If you haven't been there, please subscribe to my Twitter. That's the only place I really do regular updates. And David_Wilcock is, again, the address on Twitter, or X as it's now called, just to be clear. It really has become something different. So X is now the proper name. So I did post that in the post for this show. The updated Lionsgate crop circle now has 3 dots coming off of each of the 6 edges of this thing. And it looks like a fractal now. And I had just been talking about fractals. They did it last Thursday, the same day that I posted the show where I was going to talk about fractals. But again, I ran out of time. Maybe if I feel like it, I'll throw it into the show here and die on camera for a while so you can see it. I'm not going to do that right this second. We'll see. Anyway, I'm already 41 minutes in. I got a lot of stuff to cover, so we need to keep moving. But the point is, there are human extraterrestrials. They never left. They're still talking in the military-industrial complex. If you're in aerospace, you still get to hang out with them. They're called the happy friends. They're always smiling. It's almost creepy how much they smile. And you get this exotic high from being around them. They never left. They're time travelers, and they're going to reappear after we, as a society, as a species, as a civilization on planet Earth, step up to our bullies and we stop taking it from them and we actually bring them to justice, and that is coming. So if you're not aware of what the Alliance is up to, it's very exciting, because I do not have a doom and gloom message at all. There's no way these guys are going to succeed. They are going to be brought to justice. You are going to see this unfold. And I don't even know if November is going to happen in the normal way or not. Maybe it will. I'm strongly inclined to think something's going to happen before then. I'm strongly inclined to think that the negative is going to try anything it can to try to stop this from happening. And whatever mayhem they try to create may in fact trigger this event where the Alliance then does a whole bunch of arrests and we have a bunch of very exciting things take place, as I've said in many, many other shows before. People are saying, thank you, David. UFO Mark says, dodecahedron. So yes. And then Ron Emerson says, cathedrals used to be frequency-enhancing devices where you could go raising your frequency and healing. I would say that's still true. And somebody says, white hat Alliance operation. I don't really like the term white hat because, you know, it has other connotations. But yeah, that's one of the terms that you often hear. I typically won't use that one. But the Alliance is my favorite word for it. And it's absolutely real. And I've learned about this from 2009. Pete Peterson sat me down, said there's this whole thing in the military, goes back to the 1950s, where they're planning on taking the power back because this group that's actually running things behind the scenes, using finance, using big media, big agriculture, big pharma, all this stuff, they are in fact very, very negative. And they have some very dark plans in mind, and they're ultimately being run by negative extraterrestrials who are the ones doing things like cattle mutilations. And they feed off of human beings. So it's a pretty dark reality that you start delving into when you learn about this stuff. And the negative side is satanic. So it's all the stuff that we associate with Satanism is the work of negative ETs who go from planet to planet all over our galaxy, and they always set up the same thing. Pentagrams, black candles, robes, masks, chanting, and, you know, horrific ceremonies involving murder and bloodletting. So if you do these things properly, the way they were taught to by, you know, all the way back to Carthage and Rome, ancient Egypt, and then on up through the present, we have, as I've said many times before, Aleister Crowley from 1911, 1917 was contacted by gray extraterrestrials like Aiwass and Lam, and those beings taught him how to do this properly so that you get these entities from the lower astral planes that can temporarily appear to this group of people. And they do very nasty things once they get there. They commit murder. So it's a very weird thing that these people all have some kind of hallucination that's partly solid for them. They can see something. It looks like a demon. But if you were to watch this from the outside, you might not see anything. You might only see telekinetic movement. And then the question is, well, is it the shared telekinesis of the group that's doing this? Is it a shared group hallucination? Or is it really a being? Well, if you were to kill one of these things, they wouldn't stick around and leave a body, as I said with Nino last Saturday. They would disappear. So it's not like a typical extraterrestrial that leaves behind a body in a spaceship. These are beings that live in the Earth's lower astral planes. There's apparently 7 hells, like Dante's Inferno. And most of the time, these beings cannot inhabit our reality. But if you do the right stuff that was taught to by Aleister Crowley from these grays, which are real aliens, then sure enough, that's how you get it to work. And so people end up getting involved in very extreme depravity, very extremely evil stuff, the most evil stuff there is, the most terrifying stuff there is, because if you do it with a group of people who know what they're doing and they have the spell book, there's a variety of different spell books like the Key of Solomon that you can use to get this to happen, you will get results. Something will show up and it will start doing horrific crimes right in front of you that are very messy. And it's just, it's the most terrifying. I mean, even Hitler, as I say in the Sacred Science course, Hitler was, he talked to somebody and confided in them that he saw this happen and that he was totally terrified when he saw one of these creatures manifest in the room. So that's the big secret, which I didn't know about till 2021, and then it became a big part of Michael Prophecies that, oh, wow, you know what? The Bible is actually real. Satan is real. Angels are real. Demons are real. So we don't want to focus too much on the demons, but we want to focus on the angels. But the problem, again, with the angels is that they were very naive. These human-looking beings that project out of a higher dimension, they can look like anything they want. They decide to look human for us to make us more comfortable, but they could look like anything. And they make a body. They can project it out of inanimate matter, or what we would think of as inanimate matter. They just appear, they materialize, and they can make it disappear again. When they show up, they want to teach us about sacred geometry, because if you watch Sacred Science, if you watch my course, again, discount code actualization, thedisclosure.com, 177, you can get it for now until we get funded. I mean, I might keep that order in place a little longer, but the offer is there now. Anyway, when you learn about sacred geometry, you now have figured out the secret of DNA, the secret of how biological life is formed. It's all built off of 4 nucleotides, which is actually a tetrahedron. It's built off of 20 amino acids, which is actually a dodecahedron or an icosahedron. That's in the Sacred Science course. I haven't brought that out yet, publicly yet. It's very fascinating. So biological life itself is essentially precipitated out of sacred geometry. It's fascinating. And so not only is it biological life, but it's everything else. It's the atoms and molecules that make our reality. It's the spacings of the continents, the global grid, the expansion of the Earth as we go through solar flash events occurs along geometric lines. It's the spacings between the planets, as we talked about in a previous show. And then it goes on up through, 360 cubes in the galaxy that we travel through, each 248 million year orbit. I talked about that last week. And then it's galactic-sized geometry, and then superclusters of geometry clustered together in geometric patterns. That's in the Sacred Science course as well. We'll talk about that in future shows. And then ultimately the whole universe is one big super galaxy that all follows the principles of sacred geometry. So you better believe this is important. The ancient extraterrestrials taught us this, the human ETs. They never expected that it would become secret. They never expected that it would become part of mystery schools where they're not going to allow you to learn about this stuff. I got to take my sizzle shoes off. They're too tight now. Starting to make my feet cold. Maybe I can still use the Trump slippers, though. You never know. There's always room for that. So, in fact, let's grab them right now. And I can, as time goes on, I'll get my Trump on here. Let's put those on. That way I can dazzle you with both sets of comedy shoes that I put on for these shows and not make my feet get too cold. Anyway, I got to wear very thin socks to use the sizzle shoes, but that's okay. So here we go. We have human extraterrestrials that came here. They taught us these things that were supposed to be for everybody, and what they did not intend was that it would become part of a secret mystery school where you're threatened with death if you teach this basic stuff to people about sacred geometry. But you need the sacred geometry to understand the mysteries of the universe, as I just said. Biological life, DNA, atoms and molecules, cell mitosis, the global grid, the spacings of the planets in our solar system, galactic cubes. It's everything. So they've been continuing to tell us this through crop formations, and that's what actually said to me, spoke to me very loudly, that I needed to learn about why do all these crop formations give us sacred geometry? Why is that the key? So this all got distorted, made secret, and part of it, again, was the black sun. We're going to talk about that today. So just for review, in case you haven't seen this before, Dr. Hans Jenny really deserves a Nobel Prize in memoriam for his research into cymatics, where he found out that you get this type of geometry just from taking liquid and then vibrating it. That's it. And then the way you see the vibration is having particles in there, and the particles fall in line with this obvious Hebrew Star of David pattern. So what we're seeing is the black area is where the water is, and it's kept dark enough, it's lit from the side so that only the particles show up. The black area is just where the water is, and the white areas are where the particles are. If you don't vibrate the liquid, it just looks like cloudy, muddy water, and there's no geometry at all. So think about the fact that I could be sitting here with this glass of water next to me, and as I talk, there's vibrations that are affecting the surface of the water, and on a very subtle level that you can't really perceive because there's no particles, and it's too minute, you get this type of geometry forming. So this is happening all the time around you. You're not used to seeing this or recognizing this, but it's absolutely freaking real, and it's a part of our reality. It's a very exciting part of our reality. And then as you see here, you can change the frequency and you get different geometry. And so you see cubical geometry, because remember, these are three-dimensional. These are not flat little drawings. They're three-dimensional vibrational patterns. So this is actually the secret to how life is founded. Again, the tetrahedron, which is kind of seen on the right there. There's two tetrahedrons, three-sided triangle pyramids. The tetrahedron is the basic four nucleotides. There's four corners on the tetrahedron, and that's A, C, E, and G, the four nucleotides. And then you look it up and you'll find out that all biological life is made of 20 amino acids. And if you watch Sacred Science, then you'll know in great detail that you can model all the amino acids, the 20 of them, along a dodecahedron or an icosahedron, and all of their relationships match up perfectly. And all of life is essentially built from this interaction of amino acids forming complex polysaccharides or long-chain proteins. That's what life is. It's made of protein. So the printing mechanism for protein is coming out of a sacred geometry. Life is created out of non-living material from the background of space and time. And so again, the sacred geometry that makes biological life, the precursors of it at least, can be found just in vibration. And so also think about the fact, I said that's the white keys on the piano, and it's also the red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet rainbow spectrum. So now you could ideally say that each of these geometries could be representing a different color in the rainbow. This is all the same water done by Hans Jenny, and all he's doing is vibrating these sand particles at different frequencies, and you get this geometric pattern. And then when you do it in a larger bath, you get multicellular geometry, and as you change it from one to another, as the frequency increases, you get an entirely different geometric pattern. So as it says on my slide, if matter is made like this, what happens if the frequency increases? And this gets into the science of dematerialization. So if you don't think that this vibrational geometry means anything, if it's not important, well, that's not true. Now that we've caught up with the extraterrestrial science, we have this scientist, as I said before, Dr. Radek Tropkiewicz, say that 3 times fast, I had to practice that. And what he's got there is a bunch of lasers, and he's capturing photons. And so he was the first person to actually do this, where in great detail we figured out what do photons actually look like. What is a photon? What is the shape of a photon? Now, if you are just kind of if you're a normal punter, mate, if you don't have all the inside intel that we got in the biz, mate, then you might think it's just going to look like a big old round ball. It's not true, mate. Photons are sacred geometry. That's part of the secret mysteries, mate. I'm talking out of school a bit now. Okay? So that's how this stuff really works. So this is the article in Cosmos, What Shape Are Photons? Quantum Holography Sheds Light on the Subject. It says, physicists created a hologram of a single light particle, a feat previously thought impossible. Well, extraterrestrials certainly did not have any problem with doing this. It's just that we finally have caught up to them in the present. It's not knowledge that's normally available to people. This is new stuff. And look at it. I mean, on the left, you can very clearly see the Maltese cross, which is a very, very common symbol used by these various mystery schools, and many of them have it. It's on all kinds of stuff, including Masonic emblems, and you'll see some of that today. So wait a minute, you're telling me that this Maltese cross is the exact shape of the photon? It's almost embarrassing, right? It's like, well, how the hell did ancient mystery schools guess the shape of the photon? And then they use it all over the place. It's on the queen's lapel, it's on the king's clothing. It's everywhere. Why would they guess that shape so perfectly? Is that a conspiracy theory? Do you really think, oh, well, yeah, you know what, they just kind of had a great guess? No. It's because the ancient mystery schools are hand-me-downs from extraterrestrial beings who actually knew what they were talking about, had this information available to them, gave it to humanity, and then it got perverted and turned into something dark and sent into mystery schools where you get killed if you tell anybody about this. This is one of the leaked pieces of data. The correct shape of the photon is a mystery school secret that came out in the open. And then, as I've said before, we have this shape of the Merkaba. This is the two tetrahedrons. So that's really a three-dimensional view of that image in the water that I was showing you in Cymatics. And what's so fascinating, as I said before, is that this is essentially what the photon really is. That's what Tropkiewicz captured in his chamber. That's what I'm suggesting the shape really looks like. And what's so amazing about this is, as I said last week, and I talk way more about this in Sacred Science, again, thedisclosure.com, discount code actualization. In Sacred Science, I describe in great detail the work of Nima Arkani Hamed, who followed up on the science of Sir Roger Penrose from the 1970s, where he believed there was a singular particle that makes the whole universe and nothing else exists. There's no space, there's no time, there's no matter as we think of it. It's all just amplitudes of vibration coming off of one particle. And so this is what I propose it actually looks like. It is a photon. God said, let there be light, and there was light. And then it also creates vibration. And then in the Hindu tradition, it says there is the Aum, the primordial sound that all the universe is created from. Well, hey, this might be the source of the Aum. So Arkani Hamed followed up on that work by Penrose, and he came up with this. This is the grand solution. This should be what everybody is talking about, because if somebody solves the mother lode of physics, you better pay attention. How weird is it that he's now saying that all space and all time is made of this? That this geometric pattern, which is again just four tetrahedrons connected base to base, and you've only got, 8 or 9 points. How many are there? I guess there's 7 points that he's drawing the whole thing from, and he's numbered them. So it's called the amplituhedron. Now, this is what he found was something that you could then model all of the subatomic particles, all the electrons, protons, neutrons, positrons, neutrinos, quarks, you name it. Everything that's ever been studied in quantum physics can be modeled as a jiggle of this shape. That should be the most exciting scientific breakthrough of all time, but I'm the only one who dares to go near it. But I was tipped off by extraterrestrials that we knew this would happen. And I believe that Arkani Hamed saw exactly 1/4 of the actual shape of the photon that Tropkiewicz found in his research, as I just showed you. So again, I can take the amplituhedron. He only needed to get 1/4 of it. You add in the other tetrahedrons, and now you've got the Merkaba. And this is not absolutely precise, but it's close enough to make the point. So what we're seeing is, yes, this Merkaba, just like the Hebrew Star of David, it actually is the image of God. It actually is the original primordial shape, sometimes called a Higgs boson. That's another name for it, that all the universe is allegedly made from. Space and time don't really exist. It's all coming off of a photon. So this is, again, when we look at Tropkiewicz's captured photon, Let's now superimpose on the Maltese cross on the left. Let's superimpose the Merkaba over that photon. And sure enough, bang, it's the same thing. And I'll take it away. You can see it very easily. And it's even more visible on the right because it's got the cross in the middle and everything. And you can even see the blue areas around the outside of the Merkaba are even indented properly. We take it away. Sure enough, there is no doubt it has the right geometry. It has the right indentations. It is a photon. So photons are far more magical than we thought because one photon has created the entire universe. The universe is made of light, and that was actually Einstein's point. E equals mc squared. Matter times the speed of light squared is the mc squared, and E is energy. The whole universe is made of energy that is derived from photons. It's electromagnetic in nature. Electromagnetic energy is the key, and it comes from photons. And lo and behold, we capture a photon in the lab. This is what it looks like. How the heck did all these ancient mystery schools get the Maltese cross correctly? Well, they were tipped off by positive beings who never thought it was going to become secret. Another big thing, as I was saying before, is the science of fractals. And fractals represent how you can have a hologram where you chop up the holographic plate, you chop it into smaller and smaller pieces, and you hit those pieces with a laser, and you still get the image of the hologram, not just a piece of the image. So if you take a picture of an apple, you chop up the apple holographic plate into many small pieces, you hit it with a laser, each one of them is going to show you an apple. It's just going to be slightly less of a sharp object. It's going to be less dense. It's going to be dimmer, okay? But it actually still looks like an apple. And that's called self-similarity at all levels. It's a basic quality of photons that appears scientifically in the science of fractals. So the fractal thing is very amazing because, again, you can look at the Mandelbrot set. It's generated from a very simple equation, which is centering around the square root of -1. And the basic idea is that you zoom in on this guy and you start seeing more and more images of itself. So this was originally identified by Dr. Benoit Mandelbrot. As I said last week, he was working for IBM, studying resistance in telephone lines. Where is there electrical resistance? And somehow, I'm not even really sure how, but he graphed it all out, and he found out the way to predict where the resistance is shows up as this graph. And then he was walking down the hall, and there was another team at IBM that was studying the rise and fall of rabbit and fox populations. You get a lot of rabbits, the foxes eat them, then the rabbits die because they all get killed off, then the foxes die because they get killed off, there's no food, then the rabbits start breeding again, then the foxes eat them again, it goes up and down, up and down. And when they graphed out that relationship of rabbit and fox, it turns out to be the Mandelbrot set once again. So this is really exciting stuff because, again, Mandelbrot noticed these ink blots on the sides of the graph, and he thought they didn't mean anything, but you can see that it's the image of the whole. So like the buds on the top and the bottom and the sides look like the whole Mandelbrot set. And as you zoom in on them, you keep seeing the Mandelbrot set again and again. So I'll show you that one more time here. So now you can see smaller Mandelbrot sets right there. We're zooming in on one little area. And now you're going to see, boom, there's another one right in the middle of the frame, another Mandelbrot set. This is why holograms show up in holographic plates. You chop them down. So you take a picture of an apple. There's a holographic apple like this, like the Mandelbrot set, embedded in that holographic plate at every level of size. Here's another one. Boom, yet another Mandelbrot set inside. Dazzling complexity. This is the nature of photons. This is what photons do. They do this in order to be able to capture complex data, which includes genetic information. Genetic information is stored at this minute quantum level. And now we're getting down to the bottom of all this. It's going to jiggle a little bit, and then it starts again at the beginning. So there again, you start with the Mandelbrot set, you're zooming in on it. This is actually how the complex universe fractalized out of one single photon. There it is again. One single photon fractalizes into the whole universe using this holographic principle, using this fractal principle. And so each individual atom and molecule has sacred geometry. Life, there's another Mandelbrot set. Life is made from sacred geometry. It's very amazing. And you can even see it here in this next image where we're fractalizing stars, pentagons, and they keep growing out of each other. So as I said before, in galaxies we have geometric patterns of gravity. just like now M61, we're actually seeing, and it looks almost like a swastika, doesn't it? It's like a hexagonal shape, and then it's got these arms coming off of it. So that's a very strange thing. We'll talk about that a little later. But now I want you to notice that it does have spokes. They are straight lines, and you can draw the hexagon in the middle, as I said before. Take it away, now you can really see that. And there it is again. Then some of them are pentagonal, like NGC 1232, as I said before. If you look at it before I put it in there, you can notice it's pentagonal. And this is just like the cymatics, except instead of it being little particles of sand and water, now instead of sand, it's stars. The stars are being held in place by geometric gravity fields. Gravity is not just moving in one direction. Gravity is a resonant frequency. And that's one of the big keys to anti-gravity, is understanding the relationship between gravity and resonance. Because there's resonant gravity that's causing this pentagonal shape to appear. When I take it away, you can really see it. So now I'm going to put it back again. You can actually see there's more stars inside this area. It's darker around the outside. And if you look in the interior, there's yet another pentagon in there. And so we also found out, as I've said many times now, 3 times before, that there was a scientific study of what they called corrugated velocity patterns, which is geometry, done by Carmen Sanchez Gil. This is the study. You can go look it up. It's in the, I can't even tell what that journal is, the Mon Not R Astronomical Society 000119-2015. It's published in 2015. Corrugated means bending and alternating furrows and ridges. And again, what you see on the top left is your typical hexagonal galaxy. They didn't really notice that. The bottom is a square galaxy, NGC 1058. The top one is NGC 278. But you notice that they drew lines across it, and this is where the gas is moving more quickly. And it's very, very sharp differences in the speed. And it's right along the lines of the geometry. So here again is NGC 1058 up close. You can really see the square. It's tilted a little bit. Here is NGC 278 up close. You can very much see the hexagon. Where they drew these lines, the gas is moving much faster, as they say here before. It moves in line with the morphology of the galaxy. The interpretation is still an open matter of discussion, as it says in the middle. How can these structures be explained? They don't really know. That's the point. Different scenarios have been proposed to explain this, but there is a lack of studies to better understand these structures and how they're originated. Well, we actually know the answer now. This is caused by vibration. Gravity itself is geometric. It's not just moving in a straight line. It resonates and it creates contour. So we talked about also that this geometry contains within spheres that are expanding away from the center of our galaxy. And as each sphere hits your star, you get a change in the redshift value, the microwave frequency it gives off, which is actually a dimensional shift. We're not going through all that again today. You got to watch previous shows to see that. I hope you do. But inside each of these expanding spheres that causes dimensional shifts, they have geometry. And so in our galaxy, it might be different in other ones. We normally see the Milky Way as being a big spiral. It's not really true. It's sacred geometry in these beautiful relationships. Again, the same thing you see in the vibrating water, equivalence of sound and color. In this case, we have an octahedron on the outside, and we have an icosahedron on the inside. And this geometry appears as the restructuring of the geometric data that makes biological life. You'll understand this a lot more if you buy Sacred Science. Again, thedisclosure.com, discount code actualizations, 177. The point is that when you look at the DNA molecule, it is a dodecahedron, which is the inverse of that shape in the middle. The icosahedron is very similar. And again, when you look at the synthesis of actual long-chain polysaccharides or proteins from the basic building blocks, you have 20 amino acids. One of the ways you can build the 20 amino acids is on an icosahedron. And that was done by a Russian scientist named Henry Volkonsky. And then Dr. Mark White independently discovered this for the dodecahedron, and he published Volkonsky's work because Volkonsky's daughter reached out to him and said, you know, my dad discovered the same thing. So there's a very fascinating thing here where all of life is ultimately photonic. A photon is, again, much more than we thought. We saw Trop Kiewicz capture a photon in a lab, and it looks like sacred geometry, but please don't think of it as just a little shape. It's a fractal, and it's got geometry within geometry within geometry. And so each type of life can be found in a photon. The photon has genetic code in it. This is one of the weird secrets of the universe, is that the photon itself can carry and distribute genetic code. And as I've said many times, we have the Russian experiment that was done, the frog and salamander experiment, where you take salamander eggs, you shine a laser through them, the photons in the laser pick up the salamander code. They now have Mandelbrot set type of fractals in there that make salamanders. You take those salamander photons and you shine them into frog eggs when they're still very new, and the frog eggs will actually mutate into salamanders. You can geometrically, with photons, with light, you can geometrically reprogram the code of life. And again, it's all based on 4 nucleotides, A, C, E, and G. That's a tetrahedron inside a dodecahedron of 20 amino acids. And as the tetrahedron moves inside the dodecahedron, it's almost like a typewriter that's printing the genetic code. And I found it fascinating because in the Apple TV Plus show Sugar, I'm kind of giving away a little of it, but it turns out that the guy's actually an extraterrestrial. You don't learn that till well into the show. But the team of extraterrestrials that came in with him, that he meets with, is some polyglot society. When they have their meetings, they have a typewriter, and the typewriter has a typewriting head to type the letters that's actually an icosahedron like you see in here. So thank you, Apple, for using that idea in your show, Sugar. It was really, really great to see that. It's another example of what I call the Hollywood David fetish, and there's many examples of this. In Sugar, the typewriter has an icosahedral head, which is exactly what I'm telling you to visualize in my Michael Prophecies books of how life is formed. So I was deeply honored that they used that idea in their show. And you can go watch and see it yourself. So again, what we're looking at here is a hyper-complex, geometric, holographic fractal. So don't look at this as just big shapes. Look at this as containing very advanced code. And so when you get into one of these nodes, the fractalized geometry in there interfaces with the fractals of the geometry in life, and it reprograms life on a galactic level. So we are only at one level of evolution for what it means to be human. The whole galaxy is making human beings, and we're going to get upgraded, and it's going to happen non-catastrophically. That is Ascension. It's going to happen to everybody apparently next year, and it will correlate with these mind-blowing mass arrests that we're expecting. Somebody just said they found a portal in Sedona out in the boonies. I did not go through it. I saw a house where there was no house, and I heard strange noises. Yeah. What is the Hollywood David fetish, says Cynthia Marie Brewer. Okay, let's talk about this. There's a whole bunch of movies. Well, not a whole bunch, but there's several movies where either villain or hero characters are strongly based on me and on ideas that I have in my videos. So I've been a great source of creative inspiration for various scripts. And so I would include in this, for example, you can look at the third movie with the guy from Matrix who played Neo. Why can I not think of his name? Because I'm in trance. That's why. When I talk about sacred science, I get in trance. It's Keanu Reeves. Okay, so Keanu Reeves is playing this assassin in these movies, and I'm trying to remember what they're called right now, but the third one where he plays the assassin, there's a villain. Oh, the movie is called Truth is Christ. That's not really what it is, but so anyway, in these movies with Keanu Reeves, I'm trying to remember what the hell it's called, but again, I'm in sacred science trance, so it's hard to remember. John Wick, thank you guys. Thanks, somebody told me. Several of you now told me. Oh, in Fringe, J.J. Abrams' TV series, they use a typewriter just like you described to communicate with the parallel universe. There's another example, and we're at 4,350 viewers now. So in the John Wick 3, the villain wears the sizzle jacket that I wear. He has the French accent, which I used in Moment of Truth. There's lots and lots of parallels in that movie. That's one example. In the third Guardians of the Galaxy movie, there is a hero who has gold skin, and he's got all this kind of stuff that ties in with what I talk about in the Guardians of the Galaxy 3. They also have human and animal being blended together, which I talk about as the essence of demonic energy. That shows up in the movie. And there's so many examples. The Matrix remake was a very strange, like fetishized insider joke about cosmic disclosure, the show I did with Corey Good, where the Neo character represents Corey. My character would be the architect. And I know the movie wasn't popular, hardly anybody saw it, but they actually used Corey's description of the Anshar Inner Earth community. That illustration that he drew, that's exactly what they described Zion as looking like in the movie. It's identical. And so there's a lot of these. There's another one would be, oh man, what's the movie? Hunger Games. The most recent Hunger Games is a prequel to the Hunger Games that centers around Coriolanus Snow. He's got my hair. He looks like me. He's got blue eyes. And he's in these old military bases that look like the one we have in Niagara Falls. And there's tons and tons of crossover. So this Hollywood thing is very real. And I think that they're probably happy that somebody came in and got this type of prophecy. They know, they respect prophecy greatly in their occult society. Even though I'm doing it for the positive, it's kind of let them off the hook a little bit, because it said, again, the events that took place in 2020 allowed us to have a non-catastrophic ascension. So they were used, and they're still going to have to be held accountable for doing negative behavior. But as a result of that negative behavior, we avoided catastrophe. So on a macro level, all these things that they have as these sacred secrets they don't want you to know about turn out to be the answer. Where regular species evolution is occurring in the fossil record based on this geometry, all you have to do is set the orbit at 248 million years. It's 2 million years less than the normal of 250. And then Raup and Sepkoski wrote this study in the Proceedings of National Academies of Science back in 1984. And nobody's wanted to cover this thing in 40 frickin' years, where it says that mass extinctions over the last 250 million years show up in 12 extinction events that are spaced by an average of 26 million years. It turns out to be closer to 25, as one of these two guys, David Raup, I guess, said more recently. So this is really amazing. Where all the arrows are, that represents the sudden burst of new species. And where you see the Brontosaurus, that's the extinction of the dinosaurs 65 million years ago. And it goes back 250 million years, as you see along the x-axis. The y-axis is actually how many new species show up. So Darwin was wrong. This is not random. This is a reprogramming of DNA at the geometric fractal level by galactic geometry. The most recent article from David Raup said that it's 25 million years. I haven't been able to find that again. I hope that if you can find it, please send it in. I will definitely give you credit if you can find that study. So knock off 0.2 million years. Now you're down to 24.8, and it chops up our galactic orbit into 10 units, which is amazing. And that's exactly the icosahedron that you see in the center. It creates 10 nodes along the equatorial plane. So imagine now that the geometry is standing still. Oh, my tape just stopped. So there you go. I've just finished ingesting the second of my 3 backed up. There's actually 4 of them. There's 4 tapes I got to do. The next one just stopped. So I'll start the next one when I go take my pee break here in a minute. Anyway, so this is like, to me, the most exciting, probably out of all the things that I was able to discover with the help of the higher beings, with Archangel Michael, this geometry is the most exciting one of all. Because again, imagine that the icosahedron in the center is staying still. Remember, it's a vibrational pattern that can be formed in water with vibrating liquid and sand particles, except now it's stars. We see geometry in the galactic formations themselves, and we're moving through this geometry. Our star is moving, but the geometry sits still, and it takes 248 million years to complete. So we're going to hit exactly 10 nodes along the way, and they are longitudinal. They go top to bottom. You're going to hit 10 nodes along the way, and when you do, just like the bar lines on a magnetic field going north to south, the same principle. The geometry, think of this geometry not just as a shape, but as a fractalized meta-intelligence. And the meta-intelligence has enough intelligence in it to reprogram all the life on Earth to bring us to the next level of evolution. So it keeps happening in sudden jumps. Okay, well, David, that's really, really cool. And I can see how it works. I mean, it's already been discovered by Raup and Sepkoski, but what about this bigger shape on the outside? What about the octahedron? Well, as I said before, Dr. Robert Rode found another cycle in the data of 62 million years. Physics professor at Berkeley, Rode was his graduate student. They returned to the Raup and Sepkoski data in 2005. And now, instead of stopping at 250 million years, they went all the way back to the Cambrian explosion 542 million years ago, and they found a 62 million year cycle. And Mueller said to National Geographic, I wish I knew why this thing appeared. Why is it periodic? I'm betting it's astronomical, and Rode is betting it's something inside the Earth. So this is the graph, and you can see that there are peaks and valleys that peak every 62 million years. If you look at it up close, there's lines of vertical lines that are either dark gray or white. You got trilobites, spined brachiopods, arthropods, sponges, and sure enough, it all fits in with a 62 million year cycle. And then 250 million years ago, if you look at the x-axis, that's kind of in the middle. Then you notice the graph kind of breaks off a little more. It doesn't quite look as good. It's still there a little bit, but it's not as perfect. Something else starts to happen. But on the right-hand side, my God, it's just perfect. And it actually is the case, once again, if you just set the galactic orbit at 248 million years, 62 divided by 248 is 4. It's perfect. Do it on your calculator. So that's where you get this graph from. That's the octahedron on the outside was reprogramming life starting 542 million years ago. And then as these spherical layers expand, we expand it into a new spherical layer that has a new geometry, which is the icosahedron. And now life starts evolving faster. It starts evolving every 25 million years, or they used to call it 26, but it's really 25. And now there's 10 of them in one icosahedron. So again, the octahedron has 4 nodes along the equatorial plane. They're 62 million years apart. And this is a stunning validation of Dr. Aspen's theory, where we talked about how redshift is actually predicted in his quantum physics model as a dimensional shift. As you go through a dimensional shift, your star gives off different light. So in galaxies, we don't see even redshifts. We see quantized redshift. And each quantized redshift, which is an interval of 72 kilometers per second, shows up in Aspen's physics equations as a dimensional shift. So you're not only getting reprogramming of biology, you're getting a shift in the flow of time, and you're getting a dimensional change. So this is how the whole entire galaxy evolves into human life. And if you think that it stops where we are now, obviously we're not the most advanced humans. There's many biblical records and many other records of other cultures of more advanced humans from elsewhere in the galaxy who came here and who taught us things. This intelligent geometry is reprogramming the DNA of all life on Earth, and these effects would happen on every inhabited world. And NASA now estimates that there are 40 billion Earth-like planets in our galaxy. Okay, so now we're bumping up against, I had to explain all this again, and I'm probably not going to go through all this stuff when I'm on the road. When I'm in Canada, I'm going to probably do smaller shows and just focus more on the Alliance and read a little Michael for you. Then when I've got my great set here again back in October, that's when I will return to doing bigger shows with a lot more slides and all the camera angles and everything. Going to try to be easy on myself and not do 4.5 hours on the road. But at least I'll be able to broadcast. If I can get this DJI Osmo Pocket 3 device, then maybe it'll be better than laptop quality for Sunday. It looks like you can program it in as a camera and plug it in by USB 3 and use it that way for live streaming. So I'm very excited about it. It's only $519, so I'm going to buy one of those, get it delivered to my hotel, and hopefully have it for you by next Sunday. Either way, if nothing else, I'll run it off of the camera on my laptop. This is the latest, greatest MacBook Pro. And even that looks okay, but it does have kind of a fisheye lens distortion that I don't really like. If you get too close to it, your face starts to distort in ugly ways. So you got to keep it far enough away. As far as my lighting, I'm probably just going to use the lighting in the room. If my face is a little dark or something, you just have to deal with it, man. You know, it's just reality. It's going to be a crappier show. But it's not about the show, it's about the information. So I'm still going to get you the information. So that was a very fast review of the galactic ascension science of how this geometry appears on a galactic level. But then we have a mystery, which is, okay, well, it's been 12.5 million years since the last time we hit one of the corners of the icosahedron. Maybe we're going into another shell because we did go through 10 rounds of the icosahedron, so there might be another geometry that now hits us at the halfway point as it becomes even more crystallized as we go into the next layer. And I think that's part of it. But then there's all this stuff in my classic source text, which I believe is the most accurate ET communication, and that's the Law of One. Ever since, I got out there in 96 and started to write publicly, I'd been studying the Law of One, and it tied together all this sacred science that I'd been looking at. And it's a very amazing set of books, and it was totally the precursor to the Michael Prophecies. So in the Law of One, what we have is a unified model of an intelligent cosmos where that one photon that fractalized and made the whole universe is actually an intelligent creator. It's actually the one infinite creator, and it's called intelligent infinity. And it has an identity. In fact, the Law of One says there is only identity. Nothing else exists in the universe except for this identity. Isn't that strange? So you are going through a series of 7 densities, 7 colors of the rainbow. We're only in the 3rd one now. We're in yellow, and we're going to move into green. And this is, again, happening on a galactic level. But the Law of One says that when you go from 3rd density to 4th density, when you go through Ascension, which is what Christ was here to teach us, how to ascend, you have to be nice. You have to love other people. You have to practice forgiveness, patience, compassion, and service to others. Or you could be on the negative path. You summon demons, but it teaches you to be psychopathic. It teaches you to be evil. It teaches you to look at morals and ethics as unnecessary, that you get to do whatever you want. Well, no, that's not true. Karma responds to everybody, and this is why those who have practiced evil on a global level will have to suffer karma in their physical life on a grand level. But there's still lots of time to cut a deal and to become part of the good guys anyway. So if NASA is saying there's 40 billion Earth-like planets in our galaxy, that means that probably all of them, or at least many of them, will be host to human life that evolves in this method that I showed you. And in fact, when you talk to various real insiders, what you find out is that when you go to these Earth-like planets, they have plants, they have insects, they have animals, they have mammals, they have reptiles, they have marine life, they have fishes, they have porpoises. But depending on the planet, different types of animal life will evolve into human. So you have planets where insects become human. You have planets where reptiles become human. You have planets where there's cat people. You have planets where there's dog people, where they evolve out of a dog, and they still look a little like a dog. So we just happen to have evolved out of monkeys, and that would seem like a pretty logical choice because monkeys look pretty human, but in the Law of One, this is called investment, and the star, which is called a logos, can invest into any creature in the animal kingdom or the marine kingdom or whatever that it wants, or even the insects, which is probably a less popular choice. Reptiles are obviously a less popular choice as well, but some planets do this. And so then that genetic code that the galaxy has as this geometry expands will program, based on the local star, based on the logos, program the particular species that it decided to invest in. Primates might be a regular choice, but it's definitely, sometimes you get mer people. Sometimes you get sea creatures that turn into human. And some of them have visited us, and people have seen those. That's not all superstition. A lot of extraterrestrials are, in fact, aquatics. So there's a whole bunch of things that we're going to learn, and eventually the aquatics figure out how to seal off their gills and give them hydration so they can walk around and not have to be underwater, and that would represent how they evolve. There are entire planets where there's no continents at all, where it's all ocean, actually, and humans evolve inside the ocean, and they become mermaids and mermen. You know, that's true. These things do happen. So we're going to get to meet all these people because we're about to have a galactic family reunion. And in the Dogon, the legend of the Dogon, they talk about being visited by mer people, interestingly enough. So the problem here is we have galactic scale geometry. It's operating on the scale of either 62 million years or 24.8 million years in the ideal cycle. When we see what it is, 10 units of that in one 248 million year cycle of the galaxy. Okay, that's cool, but why does the law of one always talk about 25,000 year cycles? Why do they talk about a much smaller cycle than the 62 million years or 24.8 million years? Well, this is one of the things that sets up the whole black sun discussion, where the law of one uses the term galaxy not to just describe the Milky Way, but they explain that it is a binary star system. So it could be that our solar system is called a galaxy, but they don't say that we're alone. They say we have a companion star. It's always going to be a star system. So check this out. One of the places this shows up, the first is in session 10. We'll see that later. But this is session 16, question 35, where they say the galaxy term as we use it must be split. We call a galaxy a vibrational complex that is local. Thus, your sun is what we would call the center of a galaxy. So our solar system is an individual galaxy in their idea. It's a fractal of the big galaxy, the Milky Way. Wow. We see you have another meaning for this term. This is why I was late. I had to get these slides in here just before I started filming. We use the term, this is now session 10, 16. We use the term known to your people by the sound vibration complex galaxy. We accept that some galaxies contain one system, only one, of planetary and solar groups. So that would be a binary star system, 2 stars. Others may contain several. You may have several stars put together. However, the importance of the locus, meaning the location, in infinite time-space dimensionality is so little that we accept the distortion implicit in such an ambiguous term. Well, what would infinite time-space dimensionality look like? It would look like the Mandelbrot set. As you zoom in on it, you get self-similarity at all levels. So because our galaxy is fractal, the geometry that you see in our galaxy fractalizes into the geometry I showed you in the solar system last week. Galaxy, right. They say that the infinite time-space dimensionality difference of location is so small that we're happy to call your star system, your solar system, an individual galaxy, one system of planets and solar groups, as it says on the second line. So this is really weird. It's one of the weirdest things about the law of one. It's like, well, what galaxy? You're saying our solar system's a galaxy? Yeah, that's the sacred science. So now what that would mean is that the geometry that I've been showing you that's happening on a galactic level is also going to happen on a solar system level. There we go. A logos, this is 28.7, may create what you call a star system, which again would be a binary system or more, maybe more than 2. Or it may be the logos creating billions of star systems. This is the cause of the confusion in the term galaxy. For there are many different logos entities or creations, and we would call each of them using your sound vibration complex as a galaxy. So again, the solar system has the same geometries we see on the galactic level, and I showed you that last week. Fascinating, isn't it? We have once again used a meaning for this term galaxy. This is session 52.1. That does not lie within your vocabulary at this time, if you will call it so. We referred to your star system. But why do they say star system? Isn't it just the sun? No. The ancient legend of the black sun, they gave us this. It was originally positive. It got co-opted into Freemasonry. It's a star system, folks. The black sun is the other star that we're orbiting around. There's more than one, actually. It is incorrect to assume that other star systems are more able to manipulate the dimensions than your own. It is merely that there are many other systems besides your own. So we will eventually be able to manipulate the dimensions just as well as everybody else because we're going through Ascension. It's very exciting. So galaxy means our star system, but there's more than one. Oops, that's a repeat. Sorry about that. It happens occasionally. It's because I was in such a rush. Okay. Section 1634, would you define the word galaxy as you just used it? And then they say, we use that term in this sense as you would star systems. So then in the law of one, they go on from there. We're not going to go through all this right now. They say each of these star systems or galaxies has the same, what they call 25,000-year cycle, which is really the wobble of the Earth's axis is 25,920 years. Every star system, every binary or greater star system, every galaxy has a 25,000-year orbit, to use their term. We'll knock off the 920. This, they say, is the basic cycle of third density for all worlds. So this is how the geometry steps down from the galactic level to the solar system level. In their view, a solar system is a galaxy. It still has the geometry. I showed you that last week. But it's always binary. So it appears that our star, the sun, is orbiting Alpha Centauri. And I'm not going to do it this week, but again, on exactly December 21st, 2012, the end of the Mayan calendar, one of Alpha Centauri's stars had a solar flash, which we were expecting to happen here. So this is probably the most mind-blowing validation I ever had, that there actually was a solar flash like I predicted from the sacred science, from extraterrestrials giving us this knowledge. There actually was a solar flash, but it was on Proxima Centauri, and the light didn't arrive until March 2016, and they found that the star became much brighter, 1,000 times brighter, and it only lasted for less than a minute. But then they say that that energy would have been enough to fry all the life in that solar system. So apparently the sacred beings did this on purpose so that it didn't happen here during 2012, because we're in some sort of gravitational pairing with this other star. Now, what's also interesting about this is that Proxima Centauri, the small star, is essentially a black sun. You have Alpha Centauri is primarily a big system of two major stars. You got Alpha Centauri 1 and 2, and they're both really, I'm going to show you pictures of all this. But then you got Proxima Centauri, which is so dim that you can barely see it. It is a black sun. So technically, there's 3 stars in Alpha Centauri, 3 main stars. But the one that had the solar flash was the dark one, the black sun. Isn't it weird, as you're about to see, that this legend of the black sun appears in all of these extraterrestrial hand-me-downs that got transformed into secret societies, like the Masons. So one example of the Masonic black sun is actually in the square and compass symbol. The black sun is represented by the object in the center, and this is a source of great magical power in their tradition. The G represents God, so it's got the energy of God. And notice that it looks like a star. And here's another example of the Masonic symbol with the G indicating the black sun. So the black sun can appear as the letter G, which again, if you look at this, the square and compass is what you use to draw the sacred geometry. So this was, again, positive ETs originally gave us these symbols, hoping we'd draw the geometry, hoping we'd learn this, never thinking, as it says in Law of One, they did not believe that we would turn into a negative philosophy. But the Germans picked this up, and they actually had an order of the black sun, as you can see right here. This is a book called Reich of the Black Sun, and that symbol in the middle is one of the ways in which the black sun is illustrated. Now again, did they come up with this? No. They borrowed it. There was a speech by Gurdjieff in the early 1920s where he went around and found these black sun symbols all over the world, and they said, ooh, we want to use that. Let's make that into our symbol, and that's what ended up happening. So here's another example where it says, the book is called Black Sun, and it talks about cults and esoteric philosophy and the politics of identity by Nicholas Goodrick Clark. And again, so there you go. I didn't make this up. Here's another example of it. Yet another book called The Black Sun by Peter Moon, talking about Montauk, and you see the black sun looming in the background there. And here's another version of it, an Aaronic astrodynamical grimoire of the black sun, compiled from the work of the Arcanum Ordo Nigri Solis, Nigri Black Solis Sun. So there you go, Liber Nigri Solis. And there again is the black sun with its lightning bolts coming off. So one of the things I hope you're starting to see here is that this is the generation of the SS symbol, and it also is the generation of the classic four-sided symbol that was used by the Germans, which has now become very obviously tainted. I don't even really want to say the word very many times. But it is actually a symbol of galactic geometry. So if you think about that symbol that you've seen it so many times, and it's a cross with then these other shapes coming off it like this, well, my God, that's the galactic geometry. That's a square galaxy where each of the four limbs of the galaxy creates a right angle. Now, space-traveling extraterrestrials probably saw galaxies that actually look like the shape that's pictured here as the second word in this text, okay? They probably saw those. There's probably a variety of galaxies that actually look like this. And so the Germans only adapted it, as I said, after Gurdjieff's speech in the 1920s, where he found that this same shape appears all over the world. Again, it is directly associated with the black sun, and it's associated with the galactic geometry because, again, the galactic geometry and the geometry of the black sun are holographically identical. Okay? So let's look again at M61 and compare it to this classic symbol that I don't want to say out loud too many times. Sure enough, look at that. You can actually see that it's almost like a hexagonal version of the square version that the Germans were using. It's got limbs, it's got straight lines. They come off the edges like that. There's one on the top, one on the bottom, the hexagon in the middle. But yeah, I mean, this is where it came from. And so Gurdjieff's speech talked about the worldwide presence of this symbol, which apparently was used to symbolize the black sun. So here is one graphic showing you all these different versions of it. I'm going to read them from the top left down, in normal way. The Hopi symbol of that, the Christian, Maltese, Tibetan, Ceylon, China, Japan, Islamic, Lapland, Hindu, Celtic, Balinese, Aztec, Jain, Greek, and Jewish. Oh my gosh. And here's another version of it. This is called the Man-Woman's Museum. And again, the little guy there, he says, "To hell with Hitler, I've been a good luck sign since the beginning of time." Yeah, this is what's really sad. It's like they made this thing so evil, so horrible, that it's difficult to even talk about it because everybody just says, "Oh my God, oh my God." No. They borrowed it. They stole it. And you have to actually be willing to get your hands dirty and look at what this thing really is and where it really came from to understand that this symbol was made by positive ETs whose knowledge got stolen and then it got made into something bad that it was never supposed to be. So look at this. This is an American poster from before World War II that actually has the word on it and says it is a good luck symbol of light, life, and love. And there on the bottom, right below the symbol itself in red, is your black sun. So again, I didn't make this up. There's a direct association between the symbol and the black sun. It appears over and over again. So after Gurdjieff did this, it was also brought out in a Yale University study. And this is an actual diagram from that study. It's been suppressed online. It's hard to find. It's almost impossible to find it. But every place where you see one of these symbols is a place where an indigenous culture had this shape given to them by their gods. So of course the Germans wanted to get in on this. Of course they wanted to harness that magical power and use it for themselves. But wait a minute, are you saying that everybody who was visited by human ETs, they were evil? No. It was perverted. It was used as something evil. It wasn't meant to be. I still don't want to even say the word out loud, but it's in Africa, it's in Europe, it's in India, it's in China, it's in Eastern China, it's in Japan, and here it is worldwide. Look at how many Native American cultures have it. It's in Alaska, it's all over the Americas, it's in South America, it's in Africa, it's in Europe, it's frickin' everywhere, and the entire science has been censored. You can still go into Buddhist countries and see it all over the place on the chest of the Buddha. All three of these Buddhas have it on his chest here. Here it is in a Greek form. This is from Mycenae, I believe. Here it is again on Buddha's chest. You can see, if you look really closely at the little squares on the edge of the roof, that there's little shapes there. Here it is even in a modern day description in a Buddhist country, where it says temple, and you see that shape in blue. An old Arizona highway sign actually had this for Route 789, where it was a Hopi piece of pottery that had the shape on it because it appeared there. So the Indians had this, Native American Indians. Here it is again in a Native American Indian diagram. Here is one of the Hindu forms of it. Here it is again in another Hindu temple or Buddhist temple. I think this is Hindu. You notice there's two at the top and then one on the bottom. And again, this symbolizes the black sun. This is more Greek pottery that shows it. Another example of Greek pottery. Here's a guy jamming out on, on a guitar. And, you know, I mean, normally you would think he would be a skinhead, but here he's definitely not. I'm sure he jams like crazy on that thing. Here it is again, Hindu, Buddhist. Even the Dalai Lama, you know, they revere this symbol enough that they didn't even bother not to display it for everybody when he's out there talking. Here it is again in some old Greek shield that they drew. And then look at this. Obviously, we have the more common association there on the right. But what the hell is going on here on the left? Now check this out. This is a really big one, folks. It's an American flag. So this is an American propaganda poster from before World War II. And it's got a black star, the black sun. The black sun is inside the center of this shape, you guys. And what does it say? It says, if you can read it, you got to zoom in if you got a smartphone, I guess. But I'll read the text on the bottom. It says, "May our glorious flag and this, quote, lucky star," it's a black star, black sun, inside that shape, "may our glorious flag and this lucky black star guide you and keep you wherever you are." And when they make things rhyme like this, they're doing that on purpose because rhyming verse gets into your subconscious. Hart Walker says, "It reminds me of our native North American names. We are supposed to carry ourselves in a good way with our native Indian name to not dirty the name. The Germans dirtied that symbol." Yes, they did. And so, again, this is, and somebody said, thank you for the donations. Absolutely. I'm glad that you guys are donating. So again, this is Native American, this is Buddhist, this is Greek, this is Japanese, this is Chinese, this is African. This is in Mesoamerica, it's in South America, it's in North America. So please don't try to say that the shape is evil. These guys did a big disservice by stealing it and then branding it with this dude so that it always is thought of as, oh my God, it's a symbol of evil. No, 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 you got to look deeper than that. I'm willing to get you to open your mind. And again, why does this particular poster call it a lucky star? Because again, that same shape, the windmill type of shape, we can call it a windmill, so I don't have to keep saying the word. The windmill appears on a galactic level, but as Law of One says, a solar system also has this geometry. So the black sun, once again, the lucky star, will guide you and keep you wherever you are. Now here it says right at the bottom, the symbol of the black sun adopted by the Thule Society. Contemporary German federal law forbids you to display this symbol. That's how much trouble that they made the symbol have. You can't even show this in that country, apparently, if you were to try to publicly display it. But then again, you notice it's got the image of the star. It's a black star with this two vertical lines, and then there's crossbars on there. That's what it is. It's the black sun. They say that right there. The Thule Society was one of these ancient societies. Here's another example of the black sun symbol. And yet, here again it is, 1919, the Thule Society, the black sun symbol. At the bottom it says Thule Gesellschaft. Okay, and then here it is in color. So now you're seeing that the actual shape, the windmill, is rounded off. It's rounded off like a black sun, okay? So this is actually a black sun symbol. It's just people didn't know any of this stuff. And in the very early days when Germans were getting started, you got the SS on the bottom, that's part of it. And then notice that black sun symbol on the wall. In this case, it's rounded. So before they squared it off, which was what we see in Hinduism, Buddhism, Native American, Mesoamerican, everywhere, before they rounded it off, before they squared it off, they made it round, like you see in this illustration. Very interesting. And here is one of their early Panzer tanks that has it rounded off on the tank. So look, I didn't make this up. This is very interesting. It's the black sun symbol. All the science has been lost. They often couple it with the eagle. Somebody said Himmler's Florida's castle. Yep, they had it there too. So here's another weird Masonic type of symbol in which you see these two. This now represents our sun and the black sun, and these are the mounted riders. Notice they are forming geometry between them as they fight each other, and the guy on the right has the black sun on his shield. That's what it represents. This is another classic example where the windmill is inside a circle. Again, a very common German symbol of their badges and stuff. And here's another black sun symbol. Now notice this you got to really look at this one carefully, because on the top left you've got the sun, okay? On the top right you've got the moon, and then this skeleton is standing on the black sun, and it says putrefactio, which means death. So part of the teaching is that the energy that's given off by the black sun, which is Proxima Centauri, I believe, you know, the ETs had to simplify it, so they didn't bring in the other two stars of Alpha Centauri. They just gave you Proxima and called it the black sun. But that's the one that went off in 2012 on the Mayan calendar end date, exactly on that day, and it just took the light 4.242 years to get here. It's pretty amazing. So the skeleton it represents death and rebirth with the raven, putrefactio. He's standing on the black sun symbol, because this is what transforms flesh into immortality. It's the geometry. We're orbiting the black sun 25,000 years. We're orbiting through its geometric fields. So it's the same thing, like the Law of One says, fractally as the whole galaxy, occurring on a smaller level. Here's another example of Masonic symbols where you've got the sun on the left. You got the sun is on the right here. The moon is on the left. And then you got the skull and crossbones inside the Masonic square and compass. Again, here the skull and crossbones symbolizes the black sun. There's also a star beneath that circle. And then you notice there's Egyptian pyramids over there. You've got the beehive, which represents that the activities inside the hive are not seen by those on the outside, like the Masonic Lodge. Then on the bottom right, you've got a miniature little obelisk. So all these Egyptian symbols. So this is ancient Egyptian mystery school knowledge about the black suns, hidden teachings that we didn't get to know about. And I want to give it to you now. So here's another really strange one where you've got if you look at the arms are made like the windmill shape, as we'll call it a windmill. And then there's even another windmill shape in the way he's holding the compass in his right hand. But they're at right angles, just like this black sun symbol I've been showing you. His legs are two pillars and his face is a star. And then you got the Masonic black and white tile floor. So another example of the windmill and the black sun being blended together because his face is a sun, okay? Now, this is one you're going to see over and over and over again. This is the first degree entered apprentice Masonic tracing board is what it's called. So when you go into the Masons, when you're inducted into Freemasonry, the first degree that you have, they give you some variation of this symbol to look at. And it's called a tracing board because they actually want you to draw it. So many different guys have drawn their own versions of this thing, but this is very, very significant because what you see here is you got the sun on the left. Normally the ladder goes to the black sun, so this one's a little bit off. The sun on the left, the moon on the right, and the black sun, which is also, again, represented by the all-seeing eye. Yet another example. It could be skull and crossbones. It could be that windmill symbol. It can be the all-seeing eye. It can be a star. All of these things represent the black sun because, again, it's the energy of the black sun and the energy fields that it gives off that propels us into ascension. That's the big secret that the positive ETs originally wants to know, and then it all got perverted. Notice also the tools of the craft. You got the plumb bob on the right. You got the square on the left. And there's another square in the middle there. Mina 12Y just donated. Oh yeah, and then Peter Nuss says, great in addressing the Thule women. They were big in remote viewing. The black sun was considered the cross or sun and the energy frequency it emits. Laureato says, what is the significance of the black sun? Well, this is actually an object that we're orbiting in a 25,000 year cycle. And it's giving off geometry just like our sun gives off geometry that holds the planets in place, as I said last week. So the black sun is giving off geometry that expands beyond the borders of its own solar system in Alpha Centauri and crashes into our solar system. And I'll show you diagrams of this a little bit later. As we hit this geometry, we are getting ascension. That's part of this thing. So the black sun is actually what kicks our ascension into gear. by creating the geometry that propels us into ascension. And we'll be talking about this a lot more as time goes on. So this is very, very interesting stuff. And I hope that you're able to follow this and just kind of, if you don't understand everything, you got to go back and watch the videos, but they're all free. And if you go back and watch the last 2 or 3 shows, it'll make a lot more sense how, again, species are being propelled into evolution by galactic geometry. We're seeing it on a galactic level. There's a 62 million year cycle. There's a 24.8 million year cycle. Everything on Earth's DNA is being rewritten by this. The DNA itself is geometry. Like a Mandelbrot set, this galactic geometry has different geometry in it. And the black sun is locally creating that same ascension geometry next door. So then these secret societies inadvertently and inappropriately began worshiping the black sun, saying, this is the source of all magical power. This is the source of ascension. This is the source of how we're going to turn into light body. That's where it comes from. That's why they're so addicted to this symbol and the windmill. Pauline Chartrand just donated $50 and says, it's always a pleasure to spend this time with you every Sunday. Thank you. Sending my love to all of your listeners. God bless everyone. And we're now up to 4,749 viewers. Scientific Mystic Mike P says, I put a black sun on my upcoming album cover. I had no idea. I just used it for seemingly different purposes. Chad Benson says, and that's awesome. Thank you, Scientific Mystic. Chad Benson says, does black sun equal central sun? No. The central sun is the center of the whole universe or the center of the galaxy. You could kind of think of it that way, maybe. It could be sort of like that, but it's the central sun of our local system. James Thomas says the black sun is a symbol with multiple meanings whose significance varies depending on the context. Yes, but the point is that it's actually a real object that creates geometry just like the galaxy does that jumpstarts our ascension because we're orbiting it in 25,000 years. Let me show you some more examples of it. We'll go on from here because this is very interesting stuff. So anyway, the Masonic tracing board, you look at it up close. The ladder in this case is going up to the sun. That's usually not where it goes. It goes to the black sun or the all-seeing eye. So here again, we have sun on the left, moon on the right, black sun with the all-seeing eye and the geometry on the top, another Masonic apron here. Very obvious symbol. Here's another example of it where you got 2 pillars. You got the sun on the left, the moon on the right, and the black sun. In this case, the triangle with the all-seeing eye at the top. And then their symbol of the Masonic order. Here again, sun on the left, moon on the right, all-seeing eye at the top, representing the black sun. And so there's the sun and the moon. Here again is the sun on the left, moon on the right, and all-seeing eye at the top, or black sun. And then you got the Masonic arch in there, the 2 pillars is a very common symbol, all that kind of stuff. The black and white tile floor. Here's another example. This is the Grand Lodge of North Carolina, where you got the sun on the left, moon on the right, black sun at the top. And here's another example of it where the sun is in the middle, the moon is on the right, and now the black sun, which is now a Star of David, again symbolizing its geometric properties, is on the left. Okay, so this is one of the really cool ones where you got the sun up at the top, you got the moon on the sun is on the top left, you got the moon on the top right, and then you got the black sun, which has this weird 7-pointed geometry, and there's all these people, including angels, coming down off of a stairwell. So the Stairway to Heaven, right? The song by Led Zeppelin, Stairway to Heaven. The Stairway to Heaven is the stairway to the black sun, but I want you to notice something here. Notice and pay attention to the 3 pillars. Every single lodge that you go into, every Masonic lodge that you go into, has these 3 pillars in it. And so everybody who's ever been a Mason, when they go through their Masonic initiations, they're in a lodge where the central focus in the middle is these 3 pillars. Now, most of them don't even realize what this is, but again, the first degree, entered apprentice, the tracing board, shows you what these 3 pillars are. The 3 pillars are holding up the 3 stars, the sun, the moon, and the black sun. So that's the central feature in every lodge. And I went through a lodge one time. I was with this guy who was a billionaire and he was planning on possibly buying it. And he had wanted to help me out. I ended up not working with him. But I went through this huge, huge Masonic lodge, and there was multiple, it had 7 floors. We went through all but one of them. One of them was locked. That was the 6th floor was locked. And I wonder what the hell was behind that, because when the elevator doors opened, it was a padlock and you couldn't go in. It's probably very evil stuff in there. They didn't want me to see because we could not go into floor number 6, but we could go in all the other floors, and we did. And as we went through, I saw many different lodge rooms, and every single one of them had the 3 pillars in there, and there's usually a book on one of the 3 pillars that they read out of, the Masonic text. The 3 pillars are the sun, the moon, and the black sun. That's how important this stuff is. It's in every single lodge. And notice again here that you have these angelic beings descending from a staircase from the black sun. So part of their weird belief is that the source of these extraterrestrials is the black sun. That's not really true, but it's also what's going to turn us into angels. It's geometric energy. That's the ancient positive teaching that was given to them that they distorted into a negative spiritual philosophy. Imagine that. So here's another one. From darkness to light, you got the sun on the right, you got the moon on the left, and clearly the G and the all-seeing eye are implied as a 3rd star or a 2nd star to our sun, the black sun, once again. And that's darkness. Darkness over the G. That's the dark or black sun. And notice the angels are making a triangle with their arms below the image of Congress. So this is an American secret tradition. Here it is again, sun, moon, and black sun with all-seeing eye. Now this is very interesting too, because here you've got the phoenix, the bird of ascension, the bird of being burned alive and reborn. And then in the coat of arms that the phoenix is holding on to, you've got a star-shaped object with 4 compasses that look like, again, our classic Swass windmill shape. Okay? I don't have to say the whole thing. But it's the same black sun illustration, and there it is depicted once again as the phoenix. It is the source of ascension. Here's another example of that black sun shape, this time rendered as a round circle with the Masonic compasses drawing the limbs of the windmill. This is another image from later in the Masonic. As you keep getting initiated, they draw the black sun right on the horizon, and they're on the black tile floor. And again, there's this stairwell that represents the different degrees. So the idea here is that as you climb through the degrees, you're going to get back into the black sun, which promotes your ascension. The black sun is, again, the energy source of geometric energy that is going to propel our whole planet into ascension. So this is all suppressed science given to us by ETs. Got donations coming in right here. Elio Tepic, greetings from England. And then we also have the Chosen Bun. My old boss was a loving and high-energy Christian, then he became one of them. He became very dull and not very happy. He stopped going to church. What happened? Well, yeah. These societies end up traumatizing you, and you have to go through very horrible things. So it's not like you're happy anymore, because now you've got your inside group, and they're supposedly going to make you rich, but now you have to do all these terrible things. So again, David, are you aware of the knowledge book? I'm not sure which one that is. Arthur says, my best friend is a 32nd degree Mason. The black and white signify good and evil. Yes, that's part of what it means. The unification of the polarities is one of the things they're into. Oh, you have to be good and evil. No. You have to let go of evil in the positive universe. That's what the message of Christ is about. But they lost track of that. Anyway, this black sun image is very interesting because you're walking right into it, and it clearly, again, it's like there was that song, Black Hole Sun. There you go. There's another example of it. Where did he get the idea to write a song called Black Hole Sun? Black hole sun, won't you come wash away the pain? Black hole sun, won't you come, won't you come? Right? Why did he write about a black hole sun that would create an apocalypse? Well, because that's how they thought this was going to happen. They thought ascension would come through catastrophe, so that when the black hole sun shows up and washes away the pain, that it would be this catastrophic disaster on Earth. That's actually not what's going to happen. So here's another example of it. Sun on the left, moon on the right, triangle with all-seeing eye at the top, the 3 pillars in every lodge, black hole sun. There you go. There's the black sun. Okay. And it's got the geometry. Here's another one. Sun on the left, moon on the right, black sun at the top with the caduceus representing DNA and our evolution, our genetic evolution. Very interesting. Here's another Masonic illustration on the left where they've got the sun behind them, and then above the arch, and these are like, I guess, Templars now with their little Templar hats on. Above the arch is the black sun. It's representing, again, the all-seeing eye. You see this in almost every Masonic lodge. If you ever walk into one of them, There's two main rites. There's the Scotties and the Yorkies. The Scottish rite's on the left. It's got 33 degrees, and that represents the 33 steps that they're walking up to get to the top. Whereas the Yorkies on the right, they only have 7 degrees, and each of those guys is standing on the 7 degrees. So there's probably more Scotties than Yorkies overall in the Masonic order. That's just part of what you get. But so there again, in case I was not on that slide, here it is again, another version of it, the 7 stairs on the right and the 32 stairs on the left. And again, every time I've been in some type of Masonic building, you always see this poster on the wall, some version of this poster. And this is how they incentivize their members to keep rising in rank. So here's another really, really strange example of it. This is, again, the sun on the left, the moon on the right, and the black sun above them. Notice that it's a genderless person that has a man head and a woman head, and they're holding the Masonic tools, and they're on top of the dragon, which symbolizes ascension. And then notice the sacred geometry in the red sphere with wings below that. That's going to play in a lot more as we go on. Very interesting. Then we have this again. We got the sun on the right in the middle, the moon on the left. But then there's some other star up in the sky, which is this fiery object. And you got geometry and then the Grim Reaper, because again, they believe this is all going to change. And you got the cube at the bottom, the Masonic cube representing, again, in their view, negativity. But it's also sacred geometry. So here again is the entered apprentice tracing board, sun, moon, and black sun, the 3 pillars in every lodge. There's another version of it, because remember, you're supposed to draw this yourself. And there it is up close with the hand coming out, holding you the cup. That's the grail of knowledge, the secret knowledge of ascension. And then this is the one, similar to the one that I used for our poster, the 3 pillars, the sun, moon, and black sun, angels coming down off the stairway to heaven. Here's another example of it. And here's, well, let's go back to that one real quick. You got the sun on the right, the moon on the left, and then G and a star in the middle, the black sun. Okay. So then here's another example of the first degree tracing board, which you've already seen. Up close, again, the black sun is very visible. This is a later, I think this might be Royal Archmason or something, I'm not really sure, but then you got the black sun symbol, the G inside the Star of David up at the top, as you can see right there. Here's another first degree tracing board example. Again, the same thing, the black sun with angels coming down off the stairs. Another, it says entered apprentice there, same thing. And here's another example of it with the geometry and the angels coming down, the 3 pillars. Here's another example of it. This is the one I actually used. This was the most high resolution version of it that I could find. So that's the one that I used to make the poster for our show out of, because I could zoom in on it and get a lot of nice detail on those angels. So then here's another example of it. Again, this is a very, very prevalent Masonic symbol. It shows up over and over and over again. Okay, so now here we have, again, the sun on the right, moon on the left, and black sun on the top, the black and white tile floor, union of polarities, and the sacrificial goat. Uh-oh. This guy's blindfolded on a goat. That doesn't look good. What are they going to do to that goat, man? I don't know. Then we have, again, sun on the left, moon on the right, black sun, all-seeing eye at the top, with the stairwell below it. Yep, it's always the same stuff. Everything shows this. Typical Masonic pendant, sun on the left, moon on the right, black sun at the top, this time in the Star of David. So, this is the secret, folks. The black sun is represented here by the little orb in the middle. That little orb in the middle is Proxima Centauri, the Alpha Centauri system. Again, the ETs simplified it down, I believe, to a black sun. They couldn't really tell you about Alpha Centauri, but we'll get into that in a minute. It's also the other stars. We're orbiting Alpha Centauri and Proxima Centauri in 25,000 years. It's giving off the same geometry that I talked about in our solar system last week. And in the process, one of the things that we would hit would be the triangle. So the geometry of the black sun creates a triangle, and as we orbit around it, just like our galactic orbit, it's the same thing. The law of one says, you live in a star system, you live in a mini galaxy, and it has the same geometry, it has the same ascension effect. It takes 25,000 years. So there's your, and isn't that same symbol? Whoa, okay, yeah. The pyramid with the all-seeing eye is the geometry of the black sun in its basic ascension pattern of the triangle. And this was given to us by Saint Germain, the unknown stranger who helped found America in 1776. He was the one that got them to sign the Declaration of Independence. And again, Novasaurus Seclorum was from him, and it means new secular order, and the original Latin is Magnus ab integro seclorum nascitur ordo, derived from the Sibylline mystery prophecies about ascension. The boy shall soon be born, in whom the golden one will arise again in the entire earth, the whole earth. The golden one will arise in the whole earth. That's the world ascension that we're about to go through in 2025, which Saint Germain himself predicted in the 1700s. That's the year it would happen. And Alice Bailey, as I said before, wrote that down. Alison Maxwell says Saint Germain is the architect for the age of Aquarius. I would agree. Samantha W. donated. Thank you very much. Elmo Bullseye says Mother Lodge of Scotland, lodge number 0 from the 12th century. Yeah, the Scotties were derived from Scottish lodges, and the Yorkies were derived from English lodges. That's true. So then you got the original bird for America was not the bald eagle, which some country boy was just telling me. The bald eagle is actually a really nasty, violent bird. But the original bird that Benjamin Franklin wanted was not the bald eagle. It was actually the phoenix. That's why you see it has a scaly neck and it has a tuft on the back of its head. And it's got these longer, weird legs. And then notice above it is a vortex with the Star of David in there, symbolizing this geometry from the black sun. So this is what I showed you last week, the solar system geometry and how this plays out in our own solar system. This is the equivalent geometry relationships. If you make the star, you make the planet orbits not elliptical, but you make them into a circle in a computer, which John Martineau did, as we said last week. When you circularize them, and then you compare their relationships, they're perfectly musical, just like the colors, the sounds, and the geometry. There's geometric spacing between the planets. So this is just the geometry of Earth and Mars is an icosahedron, Venus and Mars is a dodecahedron. But the point that I want to make here is that our solar system is generating this geometry. It holds the planets in position, but the geometry expands out on a much bigger level than our own solar system. It expands out to Alpha Centauri because it's resonant. It's a resonant frequency that goes much wider. So as it would go out to Alpha Centauri, if you live as a human being on a planet in the Alpha Centauri system, it's our geometry that causes this to happen that you're seeing right here. That same geometry is much bigger. It goes out for multiple astronomical units, or AUs, distances away from the sun. That geometry will propel you. So we would be their black sun equivalent in Alpha Centauri or Proxima Centauri. So that's the geometry that is now being generated by Alpha Centauri that we're orbiting around in 25,000 years, and then you get smaller chunks, smaller subdivisions that we go through that defines all sorts of interesting stuff. So the precession of the equinoxes is the length of the orbit. It shows up as a wobble in the Earth's axis. The law of one says this is our master cycle of ascension, and it appears to be 25,000 years of third density on every planet in our galaxy, regardless of which one. So every binary star system in the galaxy, and remember, the law of one says they're all binary, every one of them is going to have a 25,000-year orbit. That's just the way it's designed. That way, it's the right length of time to get third density to evolve and ascend, and you get 3 cycles of 25,000 years, and then you're no longer in third density anymore. And we're at the end of all 3 cycles, according to the law of one. So this is very, very interesting stuff. This fascinatingly intricate science. So here again is the 25,000-year cycle, expressed here as a counter-rotating wobble in the Earth's axis. And if you don't remember this, it takes 1 degree every 72 years for the stars to drift in the sky. So 72 times 360 brings you right back up to 360 degrees of the circle. 1 degree every 72 years brings you right back up to 25,920 years. That's why if you build a pyramid and align it to the stars, it's not going to stay aligned for more than 72 years. It's called the precession of the equinoxes, because every equinox, the alignment drifts, and after 72 years, it drifts by 1 degree, and it takes 25,000 years to complete. So the traditional philosophy is that this cycle represents how long it takes our Earth to wobble on its own axis. We don't normally look at it as being our entire solar system orbiting another star, but that's actually the solution. It's not just individual to the Earth. Our entire solar system is doing this, and that's why we see this orbit happen, because we are moving around another star, and that's what's changing the other stars in the night sky. The star we're orbiting again is Proxima and Alpha Centauri. So as we orbit Alpha Centauri, we can divide the 25,000 years up into 5 units of 5,125 years, which just so happens to be the Mayan calendar length. The exact length of the Mayan calendar is 1/5 of the precession. And I had found out that, again, every 5,200 years or so, which is the Mayan calendar, minus 75, or plus 75, every 5,200 years or so, we get a solar flash. That was Dr. Lonnie Thompson, the glacier scientist, as I said before, that the cycle crossings create climate change. And here's that article. Glaciologist Lonnie Thompson says major climate change occurred 5,200 years ago, and history may be repeating itself. If he is right, the result could have important implications to modern society. And he said, from mountains of data analyzing countless ice cores, meticulous review of obscure historic records, convinced the global climate changed dramatically. It happened at least once before. The results were nearly catastrophic. The climate was altered suddenly with severe impacts. And again, I broke this down in other shows. We're not going to do that today. But he said that the solar output first dropped and then surged precipitously over a very short time. So he's literally describing a solar flash that caused a mass extinction event 5,200 years ago, and he says it's a cycle. 5,200 years? Yeah, the Mayan calendar cycle is very close to this, because if you subtract 75 from 5,200, you get 5,125 years, which is the Mayan calendar. So what does this literally mean? It means that this is a doomsday clock. As we go through this pentagonal geometry, just like we see on a galactic level, as we orbit the black sun that was given to us by positive ETs in many ancient historical records, as we orbit the black sun and we hit the sides of the Pentagon, there's your Mayan calendar. That's what ETs gave the Mayans to measure this, so they knew when this was going to happen. There's a solar flash, there's a massive catastrophic event, and our orbit of this other star is measured in 25,000 years. So you better believe when you hit one of the corners of this geometry, you get a catastrophe. But didn't I also say that the geometry is like a fractal and that it reprograms your DNA? Yes. So as this happens, we're also going through evolution. And there's been a massive speed increase in the DNA evolution of humans in just the last approximately 5,000 years. And I'll have other slides later on to tell you that. So just since the last solar flash, we've had a major DNA upgrade. Exactly about 5,000 years ago is when they found it in the DNA record, caused by this geometry. So this really does work. Now this is something very interesting. It's a Hindu record, and this is one of the things that he drew off of when Lonnie Thompson did this research. It says on page 3, I'm reading off the bottom now, that 5,100 years have already elapsed before the 2056 Vikram year, which is 1999 AD. So isn't it interesting that 1999, 5,100 years, and then we add 25 to that, you get 2024, which is the year we're in now, brings us even closer to the 5,125 year cycle of the Mayan calendar. It's right on the nose. 2025 is exactly when they say it's going to end, and 2025 is one Mayan calendar cycle after this catastrophe, which they said 1999 is 5,100 years. So this is an amazing validation, again, of Michael's end date of 2025 AD. The Hindu culture had 5,100 years since 2000, 1999. So then you add the 25 years on the Mayan calendar, 5,125, you got 2025. And he scores! I mean, it's freaking incredible. And remember, this was supposedly a written Hindu record of a catastrophe that happened 5,100 years ago. Amazing. It's just amazing. So this really works. This science really works. The Hindu clock points us directly to 2025, not the normal Mayan calendar end date of 2012. And that is mind-blowing. All of these different forms of geometry are working simultaneously. So just like in our solar system, you have all these different planets. You got the Star of David, you got the square, you got the pentagon. And so you have to remember that as we go through this geometry, each time we hit any of the corners of any of the geometry in this 25,000-year orbit, big evolutionary things are going to happen, catastrophes are going to happen, but it's also going to reprogram our DNA, interestingly enough. Now notice this graph and notice what I'm doing. I've got the black sun in the middle. It's creating geometry that expands into our solar system's orbit around it. When we hit this geometry, we get solar flashes, we get evolution. And remember this? Remember that red orb at the bottom? Well, look at that. The red orb's got the exact same kind of geometry in it, this triangle and the square, demonstrating the resonance of the black sun as we're orbiting around it, turning us into this genderless ascended being. Supposedly gender will become irrelevant pretty soon after we get the light body, the dragon, the transformation, and you got the sun, the moon, and the black sun at the top. Now here's the next thing. I've talked extensively about the ages of the zodiac. The ages of the zodiac are 2,160 years in length, and if you take your basic Star of David and then you divide it in half on each of the sides of the Star of David, then you divide up the circle into 12 units, like the clock has got 12 points on the clock. Each of those 12 units is 2,160 years. And that at 2160 times 12 adds up to the 25,000 years. So this is the ages of the zodiac. But what's so weird about this is, yeah, we're moving from the age of Pisces into the age of Aquarius. We know these are 2160 years. But in my science, in the second book I wrote, Synchronicity Key, we talk about how the 2160-year cycle is a fractal where history keeps repeating itself in exactly the same way, or almost the same way. Like, for example, the Punic Wars during Roman times become World War I, World War II. Hannibal in Roman times becomes Hitler. Scipio Africanus becomes Carter. Scipio becomes Nixon. And then Cato the Censor becomes Carter. And so the 2160-year cycle is some kind of fractal where we keep doing the same stuff and we even look alike. We reincarnate. We have the same faces. We play out our karma. So what I propose is, again, this is like close-packed spheres. And so remember now that each of these 12 units would be like an individual circle. And they're 2,160 years. And so as you live out your history on Earth, you're etching that history into this geometry. It's intelligence. It's an intelligent geometry. You come back to it 2,160 years later, and even though it looks like 12 spheres around a circle, remember, it's fractal holographic duplication. So it fractalizes into the new timeline, and now you get the 2,160-year cycle because it's like you etched in to a stylus like on a record album. 2,160 years ago, historical events repeat themselves. We are subconsciously compelled to do the same thing. Got two donations. Kevin Babalina donated $5, and Stephen W. donated $33.33. Says, have a nice trip, David. Well, I already am. I love talking about this stuff, and this episode is such a game changer. This one ties together so many things that I've been building up for you over weeks and weeks and weeks. I'm very excited because, again, it's a fractal of history. Our free will and the results of history are being determined by this geometry because, again, we etch it into one sphere, and then exactly 2,160 years later, the song replays, and we have a choice. Are we going to do the same things we did before, which is what Hitler did? Are we going to do different things, which is what Carter did, actually, and what we're doing now? Because we got off of the Punic War timeline. If we were still on it, there would have been another world war in 2004, and that did not happen. Thank God. We did not get World War III in 2004. Though the Bush administration was trying to start it, we got off of that timeline. So you're not doomed to repeat the same stuff. And I think everybody is going to look the same and do the same stuff. They're going to have facial similarities across these historical epochs of time, like Hitler, like Nixon, like Carter, and there's many other examples as well. At the end of the cycle, this is very important, all the geometric nodes collide. Everything resolves into the North Pole, so that's why you get the big Ascension springboard at the end of the 25,000 years. You're running into the corner of a cube, you're running into the corner of a tetrahedron, you're running into the corner of an octahedron, you're running into the corner of Icasa dodecahedron. All of those geometries collide into the North Pole, And that's when it happens. That's when the magic happens, folks. So the ancients were very well aware of this because, again, look at this. They had that diagram right in there with the black sun, and the precession of the equinoxes, as I said, appears to be caused by a binary solar system orbit. So don't take my word for it. This is a diagram from Walter Cruttenden showing you the black sun that we're orbiting around. I think Walter Cruttenden made this. And then notice that in an elliptical path, our solar system gets closest to the black sun right at the end of the cycle, which is where we are now. So as we get closer to, in this case, Proxima Centauri, the stars are at the closest point in their orbit, as you can see right here. There's the most amount of energy going on between them, and that's when you get your solar flash. Best YouTube show says, I just got active sated for 3 days straight. I'm not the same person, son. I'm saying I'm a king. I have power in me, not of the 3D worlds. I know is everything. David is telling you the truth. Every word is true. I can feel it. Well, the best YouTube show may be psychedelically enhanced, and we thank you for watching. Anyway, I'm glad that you're here, buddy. So again, you're getting close to the black sun at the end of the 25,000 years. Your star starts to move faster as you go there. Here's another donation. This is Steve Wychulis. Hello, David. I've been a fan of your work and research for many years. I'm an Emmy-nominated film and TV editor and would love to collaborate on projects in the future. Well, thank you, Stevie. Appreciate that. He donated $22. $22.22. Awesome. I appreciate it. I'm glad that we have so much help out there. So this is a very important point because in this elliptical orbit, we're going to move faster as we go towards the black sun and then slower as we move away from it, as you see around the yellow ellipse there. And so some of our signs of the zodiac are going to involve a lot more interstellar space that we're moving through rather than others, like Taurus and Gemini, as you can see here. So this is really interesting. The ages of the zodiac, again, are a 12-part geometry. You take the circle, you divide it into 12 pieces like a pie, and then that would be the same as the clock. It's our fractal 2160-year historical cycle. Hitler looks the same, Carter looks the same, Nixon looks the same. And by the way, I blew through this really quickly, but everybody does the same stuff. With Nixon, he had Watergate, and the exact same thing happened to Scipio Africanus. They look the same. I'm sorry I don't have those slides right now. Didn't have enough time to think this all through. So I'm getting ready to leave for my vacation. But Scipio looks like Nixon, and in Scipio's time, exactly 2160 years before Watergate, he had a very similar scandal where he was caught bribing the enemy, and they revealed this in the Colosseum, and all the books that proved all these gold transactions were made. He's literally bribing the enemy to keep the war going, which is horrible. And that's what was happening in Vietnam. We didn't really want to win the war. We wanted to keep it going. So Nixon was the same. Scipio ripped the books apart and he resigned. And Nixon resigned in Watergate. They both resigned. They both resigned in disgrace. And Watergate and Scipio's resignation are exactly 2,160 years apart, almost to the day. It's freaking crazy. Hitler invaded the same lands exactly 2,160 years after Hannibal invaded the same lands. Hannibal looks like Hitler with a beard. Jimmy Carter did the same things as Cato the Censor. It's incredible. Phil Kasubras donated $40, says, Dr. Scott Kenyon at Harvard CFA also said the same about a binary dark star in an email conversation I had with him in 2004. Wow. They know there is a large object in our outer solar system best seen by infrared. Yes, I think that's part of it. Uncle Jack told me there is a dark star. But again, the main one that we need to really focus on is Proxima. We are in a star system. And remember, Law of One said your star system. So the binary exoplanet or star is probably part of that as well. That might be what some people are calling Nibiru. So yeah, there's a little bit of truth to the Planet X Nibiru thing, but much deeper than what these guys have ever thought. We're at the 2.5-hour mark right now. Speed of Thought 1111 said 2025 is the 80-year anniversary of World War II ending as well. That's good energy to bring back around. Awesome. Yeah. Colin McGeeza, please. Somebody just asked for Colin McGeeza, mate. Sure enough, here he is. If you ask for him, he shows up. So thank you for that. Yeah, so there's Uncle Jack, the origin of the Colin character, told me that the black sun is an object and that they're all aware of this in the secret societies, that it's a very big part of the mystery. Whoa. Juan Hong Chan donated 500 HKs, $500. Dear David, is there a specific time frame, spring, or do we have to wait till December of 2025 for the solar flash? I think it's going to be well before December, somewhere in the middle of the year. I don't know exactly when. I really don't know. Also, is the light crystalline body ascension happening with it, or will it happen after? Do we have to do anything to prepare or qualify for ascension? Well, as I said before, the ascension story is that you got to go back to the Virgin Mary of Garabandal. The Virgin Mary appeared to these kids in Spain, Garabandal, in 1961, and she said, and Archangel Michael talked too, and he said that first there would be a warning. They didn't give the year, but the year appears to be 2025. So the first wave of ascension is how it's described in the Law of One. It is not the full light body activation, but you will remember past lives. You will have cosmic consciousness. It'll be a big, kind of like a trip out, like you're on psychedelics, but everybody on Earth goes through this. And in the Virgin Mary prophecy of 1961, they say that the powers that were are going to try to write this off after it happens as a big anomaly, that everybody just had a hallucination caused by solar activity. So you're going to go back to some kind of normal life, but not really, because now some people after the first wave will have ascended abilities, and whether you get those abilities or not is really determined by your degree of spiritual advancement. So the more spiritually advanced you are, the more you're going to be able to ascend, and the more magic powers you'll have after 2025, and we get our galactic family reunion, we get disclosure, we get forbidden technology, hover cars, spaceships, levitation, anti-gravity, free energy, med beds, all that kind of stuff is going to be happening. So the future is very, very exciting, to say the least, and it's coming right around the corner. So again, we're back to the 2160-year historic cycle is a geometric cycle. The geometry actually determines how our history, how our free will is playing out, because the effects that we do in one cycle are etched into these spheres, of which there are 12 in this orbit. We're back to the Mayan calendar cycle again, and that's the one that causes a solar flash, and that happened 5,200 years ago, and everything got wiped out on Earth from that. So that's very powerful, caused by this geometry from the black sun. You mix them all together, and again, the magical moment is at the end of the cycle. Notice that there's 4 lines going into where the sun is at the top. No other place has that. And so the question becomes, what happens when we collide with the one node where all these geometries cross? Well, that's the big solar flash. It's a geometrically formed thing, which would have happened except that we luckily avoided it through the events of 2020. So again, we go through this elliptical orbit, and it has this DNA transforming effect. Our DNA will be geometrically activated and transformed, bringing us into this ascension reality. So Walter Cruttenden's the guy who figured out that precession is a binary solar system. Here he is. And I've never actually spoken to him. He was having seminars on this stuff, but he never figured out the black sun component for whatever reason. He calls his book The Lost Star of Myth and Time. It's very fascinating. It's a whole book just dedicated to explaining that we're in a binary solar system. Also, Darth Vader, James Earl Jones, narrates the video The Great Year. And his argument is that we are orbiting a black sun. He just calls it a companion star. And it takes the 25,000 years. That's what that cycle really is. The knowledge likely started as positive. And it's this precession thing, okay? The precession is actually caused by the black sun's gravity. So that's why the Earth is wobbling like this. It's wobbling because we're orbiting around this black sun. And there you have it. So then as we go through the ages of the zodiac, that's the result of this gravitational pull. So here's an example of a binary star system illustrated that he did. And here you can see you got periapsis, where they're at the closest point. That's what's happening now with Alpha Centauri. We got John Bodecker Savage donated. Are the Freemasons operating today with the evil aspects still part of their modus operandi, or has it been cleaned up? Are memberships even necessary since all this info is coming out? Thanks, bon voyage. Now, I did have this guy who I met on the East Coast who was a banker, and he had gotten a 33rd degree Mason. He said they ran him through it in one weekend, and he said that nothing that he encountered in Freemasonry was against his Christian beliefs. So I think if you do get negative stuff, it's not in any of the regular Masonry anymore. He said it all seemed like it was above board for me. How is Colin doing in all this? Is Miles Irvin? He's terrific, mate.
Because I'll tell you what, mate, the reason why they get you memorizing all this stuff in the Masonic order, you know, you've got all these things you need to memorize, mate, is that it teaches hypnosis. You become, in order to be able to remember all these crazy things they get you to remember, mate, you've got to have all this hypnotic ability come in. And so they're training people on how to become more hypnotized. And that means that it's mind control, mate. So it's all part of the mind control system, you see. It's true, mate. Think about it. All right. Got to give you a little taste of call-in on request if it's asked for. So anyway, let's go back to that. Boom. So we're at periapsis right now. We're closest to Alpha Centauri. And then apoapsis is when we're at the farthest point. That's the opposite side. That's when the Atlantean catastrophe happened 12,500 years ago, because we were in alignment with geometry then too, and it created a worldwide catastrophe that sank Antarctica and put it on the South Pole and made it freeze. So this is all explained by the basic geometry of the binary star system. And as this is another diagram from Walter Cruttenden, says right there, 80% of all the stars in our galaxy are binary stars. It's actually 100%, but we just don't usually see that because we don't have a good enough telescope. There is no single star. Every star, as the Law of One says, has to be part of a star system. Weaponized Cats just donated. Said, I hope the spiritual abuse is prevented. I hope so too. Kiri Ann Quantum Go Time 19 says, my dad told me to join Freemasons. You only have to say that you believe in a supreme being to be accepted in their filthy ranks. Yeah, I mean, look, people really don't like the Masons. I get that. And I know that they were a cover in the past for a lot of secrecy and they were greatly misused. I'm not saying to join them, but I want you to understand that they had some truth behind all the stuff that they were showing people. And the Black Sun is something, as far as I know, I'm the only one who's talked about this, that the three pillars in the lodge are the sun, the moon, and the black sun. The German symbolism, the windmill, all that kind of stuff. It's all interconnected. So, here's another view of a binary star system in action. They have a central point of gravity. And these are, when you have two stars that are very close together, they get a disk around them. If they're at 3 to 50 AUs, there's no observed disk. And then if it goes 5 to 500, there's a disk around one of them, but not the other. And the AU is the distance between the Earth and the Sun. So you're going to get different types of binary systems is the point here. So here's the map of the local star system that we have, and you can see the nearest star to our Sun is Proxima Alpha Centauri at 4.3 light years away. And then these are the distances. Then you got Barnard's star, you got another new star. Barnard's star is at 5.9 light years, as you can see. And then there's other stars 10.1 light years away. So yes, our closest stellar neighbor is definitely Proxima Centauri. And so this is, the black sun would be Proxima, which is smaller than the other two. You'll see that in a second. So here's another example of the sun's closest neighbors diagram. You got Barnard's star, Y's 1049, Y's 855. Closest to us, just outside the orb of 4 light years, is Alpha Centauri, and Proxima Centauri is a lot smaller, and it's darker. As you see, it's red here instead of yellow. So there you go. So this is why they called it the black sun. There's 3 Alpha Centauri stars, or no, there's 2 of them, because you got the sun on the left. Centauri A and B are very large and very bright. Proxima is the dark star, or the black sun. That's all I think it means. There might be another thing closer than that, but after Proxima went off on December 21st, 2012, I'm like, okay, that's the dark star. That's the black sun that we're looking for, because it actually had a solar flash on the Mayan calendar end date. Because again, the 2 star systems came closest together, and it's like almost like an electrical arc discharge. But we didn't have a catastrophe. We were saved. Now the first wave of ascension comes in 2025. The final light body activation, getting back to that guy's question, the final light body activation doesn't occur until 100 to 700 years after 2025. So we're going to have a period of time where some people on Earth will be ascended and others will be less ascended. And everybody's got to learn how to ascend. And when everybody's ready, it could be in as little as 100 years. That's when the whole planet goes through the big solar flash. And the physical Earth is actually wiped out. But we go into the 4th density Earth, according to the Law of One, which is a whole new heaven-like world. And very exciting. I'm really much looking forward to this. I hope it only takes us 100 years.
Tristan Early just donated $11. Thank you very much. We are now at 5,000 people watching. And I'm going to take my intermission pee break pretty soon. We're getting near the end of this. So again, Proxima is the dark star. It's a lot smaller and darker. So then you're seeing the various trajectories of these Alpha Centauri stars here. So this is, again, how Walter Cruttenden breaks down the binary system, that there's the Golden Age, Satya Yuga, taking longer periods of time, and then shorter periods of time as you go towards the Iron Age. That's his view of how we're orbiting a binary system, that the different ages are either longer or shorter. I think he's onto something here. But the point is, we're going into the Golden Age now. But again, he's got these diagrams. I'm not sure this is entirely true, because the Golden Age is going to start right after the next solar flash. But then he also talks about Sri Yukteswar, and that in Sri Yukteswar's classic book, The Holy Science, it says it is assumed that the sun is moving around this other object, which he calls Vishnu Nabi, the seat of Brahma, or the grand center. And notice even the way it's described, it's a dual system. The sun at the nearest point from Vishnu Nabi is the highest mental virtue everyone can comprehend. So as we get closer to the black sun in Sri Yukteswar's Holy Science, we get ascended abilities because its energies spiritualize us, and he calls it Vishnu Nabi. This is a possible visual representation of celestial movement described in Holy Science. Circular orbits are only indicative. Only the Earth and Moon are shown. It is assumed the sun moves around the dual, or the black sun, and that both are moving around a grand center. This is not elaborated in the book. Very interesting, huh? So now this is I'm going to give you the main scientific argument that we get from Walter Cruttenden, and then we're going to go into the Ezra slides, and I'll take a little pee break here, start my next ingestion of my next tape. We have Kwan Hong Chan, who's donated many times. Thank you. And he says, let's go to the slide number 1 here. He says, Benjamin Fulford said he was also led into an Order of the Black Sun Lodge. I forgot about that. He had a psychedelic experience where he sees the Black Sun entity that was an AI being of anti-life. Normal people would die. What are your thoughts? There is definitely an AI, but I would not say that the Black Sun itself is evil. Proxima Centauri is just a star. Stars are not evil. They're logoic. They're positive beings. And then 3D Kernahan says, yes, Satya Yuga is the era of the golden truth. Vishnu Nabi is the navel of creation. And then somebody said, perhaps you might want to consider you were lied to. Consider the depth and breadth of David's research before you judge him. Thank you. We do have a few trolls here and there. They all seem to be either Stephen or one of his friends, honest to God. But, whatever. I mean, we're going to have, he's going to put me through a lot of work. One of the things I'm going to be doing on this trip is starting to write up his lawsuit and then hand it off to attorneys who will finish the job. So he's going to have to plea bargain if he doesn't want to have a lot of trouble. Anyway, Richard Whitney, $150 donation. Thank you very much. That's incredible right there. And he says, bless you, David, for showing us all the truth. Yes, you got to understand how excited I am to finally get to tie all this stuff together. Ancient mysteries, ancient science, the Maltese cross is a photon, the black sun is true. Every Masonic lodge has the 3 pillars. They've got all of this stuff in almost every Masonic diagram you see shows the black sun as the letter G, the all-seeing eye, or something like a black sun. And this is all based on real science they got from extraterrestrials, so they do deserve some credit. I mean, I wouldn't join it, but like on the other hand, there's some heavy-duty ancient knowledge that got downloaded into this. Let's make sure the hair is really wild, rock and rollish, right? We want to keep it that way. So I think it's pretty cool when you look at it. And again, we've got the binary star system. Walter Cruttenden's research gave us 6 ways to prove this. So we're going to go through that now. And here they are. Let's go back to, So first of all is the angular momentum. Now here's, we got another donation, the best YouTube show, Fabios. You are re-aging. I can see that clear. I don't know what that means, but okay. I guess they're calling me Fabio. Thank you, I think. I'm re-aging. I don't know, whatever. So anyway, here's the weird thing. You look at this angular momentum to mass ratio, the log of the angular momentum to mass. You got Mercury, Venus, Earth, Mars, etc., all these planets. And you'll notice here that the y-axis is kilograms per centimeter squared, which is a unit, I guess, kg cm squared. And so the point is that the weight of kilograms per square meter of size, they all have this angular momentum relationship, but the sun is not consistent with that. So the sun doesn't have enough momentum if you portray it as being a static, unmoving object. And if you have it orbiting Alpha Centauri or a black sun, then all of a sudden you get your missing angular momentum donated back. So when you have the binary model, the sun's momentum is restored. So again, it now equalizes with all the other planets, and he explains this in great detail in the books. Please go buy Lost Star of Myth and Time if you're interested in this. I'm only going to give you very superficial treatment of this because I don't have time. We're already almost at the 3-hour mark, and I got to get into Ezra's slides. So then we have the shear edge of our solar system, where all the asteroids get sheared off by the binary's gravity. This is Alan Bernstein and Malhotra, Astrophysical Journal. Our solar system has a sheared off edge. After the 50 AU mark beyond the Kuiper belt, there's no trackable bodies of any significant size, and this could be caused by the gravity of the binary star bumping everything out of the way. So here's where he shows that shearing. The diameter in kilometers is the y-axis, and then the distance in AUs is the x-axis. And so once you get to 50 AUs, you notice there's no more particles anywhere because it's the black sun's gravity that's now making them disappear. The asteroids can't hold out there. And we have another donation just came in. Abe Bravo donated $50. God bless everyone. Thank you, David, for everything you do. And that's your first donation. So thank you very much. Appreciate that. It's awesome. Light Connection says, trolls want to disturb us, or David, we are with each other here, neglecting them. Now, there's very few of them, but when one guy does a lot of work and really is trying to destroy our business and destroy my life, did a pretty good job of it too. You know, we have to push back so he won't keep doing that. And we have to show him, yeah, you know what, these are crimes and you're actually breaking the law. You're not exposing a con artist. You're actually committing crimes. So that's what we're going to have to do. Anyway, back to the slide again. Next thing that we're going to go into here is the comet paths. This is really strange. The blue areas here that you see represent this very strange distribution of where the comets go. And then we have Tarotina just donated again. She says, greedy people will not ascend. Likes are free of charge. Give us your like. Thank you. Thank you, Tarotina. She's a very good supporter. So anyway, that's really cool stuff. So again, if you look at this, this is where the comets actually show up. The blue circle on the left and then this big arc. And sure enough, this would be caused by the gravity of a black sun. Comet orbits are not random. They are not from our position in the galaxy. It suggests there's an external gravitating body kicking our comets out of the Oort cloud in that shape, and some astronomers speculate it would be found within 2 years in this article I read. Obviously, they're never going to announce it because it's considered a Masonic secret, but there you go. That's caused by the binary star system. Then we have the weird differences between sidereal time, which is our orbit around the galaxy, versus our orbit around the sun, which is synodic or solar time. Sidereal day is 23.5 hours, caused by our movement around the sun, also the center of the galaxy. The moon orbits the Earth in 27.3 days, but we see a new moon every 29.5 days. Earth's motion adds extra 2.2 days, but then the sidereal year is 20 minutes shorter than the solar year, and so Cruttenden says, couldn't this also be caused, the 20 minutes shorter is caused by us moving around another star? And yes, that 20 minutes adds right up. So here's his diagram again. Oh, we got other donations coming in. The Best YouTube Show donated and says, yes, David is younger. He is regenerating for real. Well, I am in a pyramid. This log cabin is like a pyramid. But anyway, let's stick to the slide. So you can see sidereal tropical day delta of Earth, 4 minutes times 365 is one rotation. Sidereal tropical year delta, 20 minutes times 25,700 equals one revolution. So that 20-minute gap perfectly adds up to the 25,000 years, according to Walter Cruttenden's calculations. That 20-minute loss that we have is caused by us orbiting the center of the galaxy. And again, if you want to geek out on this, please read his book. I'm only giving you just enough that you can see what he argues in the book. Next thing is that the planets do not precess. If the Earth's axis were wobbling, eclipses and planetary transits should have small shifts over time. The motions of the planets should also precess, but they don't. Meteor showers like Leonids and Perseids should not appear on the same day every year for thousands of years if the Earth was wobbling on its own axis, but it's not. It's our orbit through the center of the through this other black sun, rather. So there you go. That's the typical view of precession. It's wrong. It's not what's happening. Then we see precession is speeding up because we're moving towards this other star and it's going faster. So the rate of precession has steadily climbed from 1880 to 1980, which wouldn't happen if it was something where we're orbiting one, where it's just the Earth's axis rotating. That shouldn't be any different. It should always stay the same. It shouldn't go up in speed, but it does. So this is a big one. There's a sharp, noticeable increase in speed after 1980 because now we're getting closer to the black sun. Completely breaking the existing trend line would not happen if it was a steady wobble of the Earth's axis. So there's the jump. In terms of arc seconds per year, we can calculate how the stars drift in the sky, and it's going faster. So there you go. We're accelerating as we go towards the black sun. And again, it's generating its own energy fields, as you can see here. This is the basic idea of what it's doing. We're crashing through those. Here again is the Mercury to Venus geometric relationship. And there's your Merkaba once again. The tetrahedral geometry, as I said before, appears in the great red spot on Jupiter, the great dark spot on Neptune, sunspots. All planets have this. And so that's one of the ways you see the geometry. Richard Hoagland talked about this a lot. And then the Venus and Earth's conjunctions show that dodecahedral relationship. It's pentagonal. It looks like the pentagon, the pentagram, but it's actually just sacred geometry. So there's a pentagonal cynotic series here, which that should have animated, but it didn't. Ed Creeder donated, wow, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Thank you very much, Ed. That's awesome. And he says, enjoy your well-deserved vacation. That's a huge donation. Thank you, Ed. That's incredible. And we honor you for doing that. So let's go back to our slide again. Remember, this is Earth and Mars, Venus and Mars, sacred geometry. It extends out past those planets. There's geometry within the planets themselves, but it also goes out to the Merkaba level that has, again, the 12 equal cycles, which show us the 2,160-year cycle, the age of the zodiac. So now I'm just reviewing this for you. And we talked about how history is actually moving in these cycles of 2,160 years. Carl Moffat says, hi, everyone. Much love to all. Thank you, Carl. It's weird that this geometry also has a very strange fractal effect on history where we're repeating history. And there's also a 539-year subcycle in the books. In Synchronicity Key, I talk about this. You divide 2160 by 4. Normally it's 540, but then you have to actually take another year off to get 539. Whoops. So that's what it is. If you look at each 2160-year cycle as a circle, there's another cycle of history that the scholars have identified that's 539 years, and Jesus talks about it in the Bible. I didn't have time to make a slide for this, where he says, if you are to forgive thy brother, you must forgive him 7 times, 77 times. So depending on which version of the Bible you get, it's 7 times 77, which is 539. So I call this cycle the Jesus cycle. And this particular cycle, again, is if you look at the 2160-year cycle as a circle, you divide it by a square. Every time you hit the corners of the square, this is the one that I found for 9/11. 9/11 happens exactly 539 years after the Battle of Soissino. There's some very interesting things I talk about with that. Joan of Arc reincarnated as the French Student Revolution of 1967. She reappeared. We'll have another show where we talk about all this, so that's going to come up pretty soon. I've already got those slides made. I was just waiting to get to this point in my narrative. So again, history is showing us this shorter 539-year cycle, and it's all geometric. I'll talk a lot more about that later. So what an original discovery this was, I found. And then I'm like, maybe not. Because here you go, ancient diagrams of sun, moon, and black sun, this case with the snake with the arrow through it. And you got the Ouroboros, the serpent eating its own tail. You got the 4 beasts of the apocalypse, the man, the eagle, the lion, and the bull. And then you've got the sacred geometry. This is the symbol of Ascension. And here's another one. And you can see, again, the Ouroboros. You can see the geometry, the signs of the zodiac, the sun and the moon, and then the dark sun is implied. And here it is again. Now we've got the windmill at the top. There is no religion higher than truth. Well, this is theosophy. I wouldn't really agree with that. But you can see how they're using all these ancient sacred symbols. They know what it means. They're just hiding it from us. And here again is Blavatsky, and one of her diagrams is the same thing, showing that we get the crown of ascension, the crown of light. Oh, we have Koyman McKazy donated $100 right there. He says, thank you, David. Enjoy your vacation. Thank you, guys. You've really made this great for me today. We're almost at the 3-hour mark. It's almost time for me to go take a leak. And here's the Masonic square and compass again. You use it to draw geometry. The G represents the black sun, the source of our ascension energetics in the geometry we're now going into. And there again is your sun and moon, and then the implied black sun. Okay, so at this point, I'm going to do an intermission. I'm going to take a pee break, which will make me feel much better. And we're not even at 3 hours yet, so I'm doing well. We're going to get in well before 4.5 hours. So if you don't mind looking at my beautiful blue background here, let me take a very quick break, and I'll be back with you guys momentarily to finish the show. Here we go. And we are back. Did you miss me? Somebody, Tarotina says, oh my God, I love this blue light. Yeah, that's how cool it looks when you start getting, 3 or 4 lights all involved in the job. Unfortunately, the battery life on my little recorder ran out, so I don't really know if I got the whole recording off the last tape or not. I can't do the next tape, but I got to change the batteries. Can't do that right now. I don't have any AC adapter for this, so that's kind of a drag, but whatever. I've at least got one of them and part of another one, and I'll probably redo both of them later tonight. I'll get it all done, make new recordings, and get it all to work. So anyway, we lost some people. I guess some of you guys took a little break, or maybe you're going to come back later. What is this? Hope you wash your hands. For God's sake, I'm not going to wash my hands. Stop that. Trying to embarrass me. No, I don't need to. My privates are very, very clean, you guys. Very clean. There, just to make you happy, okay? If you're fetishizing this, I just washed my hands, okay? Fair enough. Now it made a big mess, but whatever. Okay, so I hope that you can now see that this black sun discussion is very, very relevant to what's going on now. This is actually the mystery that we needed to solve to understand the whole basis of ascension, the geometry of our celestial mechanics, what the law of one was talking about when they say that everything is a star system and that a galaxy could just be one solar system. So the black sun is a critical part of ancient mysticism that almost nobody understands, and I'm bringing it back for you, so I'm glad that you like that. Another very important part of the show is the idea that our ascension is triggered by a global event where we find out that the negative is really doing what we all know that it's doing. But most people still don't know this. They've been lied to. They've been gaslit. They don't understand reality. They don't understand the truth. They're very sad because reality is, you know, their preferred candidate is clearly losing to the Kennedy ticket. You know, the Kennedy's been included now. And so there's a lot of cool things going on. And if you're thinking that if 45 wins again, that it's this tragedy, then you really don't understand who's behind him and what this thing is really about. The media has tried to make him the enemy. They've tried to make you hate him, but that is not what's really going on. It's actually a very, very different situation than what most people could realize. See, my hand washing put drops of water all over my laptop, which I got to clean up here. I don't want them on there. But there, I washed my hands for you guys. I mean, come on. Give me a break. So anyway, when you understand what's really going on, you'll see that the negative has very dark practices, as I've said before, explained by this particular card. That's part of what's going on. We're going to be putting a stop to all that stuff. It's simply too damaging to do that to a human being. So even if there are people who think that they enjoy that, it's really not something that should be permitted to occur, because it turns the person usually into a psychopath. It's very rare that it wouldn't. They are traumatized for the rest of their lives. They become a perpetrator. They may not perpetrate anything like that, sexual, but they are always going to have problems. They're always going to be suicidal. They're always going to be sad, depressed. And even if this happens to them subconsciously, if they never remember anything, they're still going to usually become very troubled people. So it is important that the world learns the truth, and in this process of the negative being exposed and brought to justice, that's what causes a shift in the physics. Because as more people awaken to this knowledge, it actually alters the sun, it alters the earth, it alters the energy. This initiation of realizing that, yes, there is a global evil group, and here's what it's trying to do, and here's how it works, and Satan is real, and demons are real. One of the final posts that you're going to see is where they identify the top 5 demons: Asmodeus, Leviathan, Baal, Moloch, etc. Very fascinating. The alliances started to talk about this stuff, honestly. So it's an interesting discussion, because as they make these posts, this is the continuation, as I said before, of what started in 2017, involving, as I've said before, a certain letter of the alphabet, which is nicely illustrated by this behind me, if you can see that. That's the letter we're talking about. It's also associated with a particular number. So all this stuff stays consistent from week to week. And if you've been watching my show, then you know what I'm talking about. I was briefed on this in 2009. There was a plan to expose all this, to arrest them. Originally, it was going to be a force majeure type of operation, but then as we saw, according to Jerome Corsi, in the briefings that he got, this particular individual, 45, was asked to run, and then by doing so, they were able to get him into office, pass executive orders, and do the whole thing legally without any type of actual coup behavior. And that's very good. So we're at that point now where we're heading into November. Is it going to be normal? Probably not. The usual suspects are probably going to do some things. They're trying as much as they can to create black swan events, collapse the economy, create massive misery. They need a virus. They need death. They need a war. They need shootings. There was just another mass shooting in Kentucky. Anything and everything possible. They're just, let's do an angry daddy. Sometimes, son, you just got to throw shit against the wall and see what sticks. I've asked you over and over again to listen to me. If you throw enough shit at the wall, sooner or later something's going to stick, and it all just starts to work out. Well, that's what they're doing. They're playing that throw things against the wall and see what sticks game. And they're trying to create chaos and catastrophe so that they don't have to have this thing happen in November, because that would be a lot better for them. If they didn't have to have people vote, they don't have to lose. They can declare a state of emergency. Oh, we got an emergency government. Kamala needs to stay in office. That's what they're hoping for. It's not going to work out that way. So one of the reasons why I want to go on vacation in September is I wouldn't want to go anywhere in October. We've had various Stavati trips proposed. I'm like, no, I really don't want to go anywhere in October. Let's just see how that month plays out. But I'd like to have a vacation to kind of celebrate the end of my 3-year poverty situation, long-term initiation, going through pain, going through the use of medication to heal from PTSD. Now, I've been off of it since Memorial Day. Still staying sober. Everything's fine. No interest in doing it again. Probably never will. Which is probably part of why the market is collapsing, because people get over it and they don't need it anymore. And that's good. You don't want to keep using it for the rest of your life. You want to get off of it when you can. Okay, so what we're seeing here in these posts is the continuation of what started in 2017. This is, in my view, the most authoritative source, in fact, the only authorized source from the Alliance where you can really trust that, okay, this is them, this is what they want you to know, this is their genuine briefing information. And what they usually do with these is they want to tell you something in the post, but then they also have a video with a certain number of seconds. And the number of seconds is a secret code that has you go back to what they wrote in 2017 and read it, which we're going to do number by number. And that often is the deeper message that shows you they're getting ready to do the arrests. So this is very exciting because, again, what they're trying to do here, I believe, is to make this knowledge mainstream, to get everybody talking about this stuff so it's not a big deal anymore, and warn you about things on the horizon and let you know in the coded messages with the numbers of the videos in seconds what they might be getting ready to do. And so I do not think that it's going to be normal much longer. I expect that we're going to have a very extensive amount of stuff happen, arrests, and they talk about that in their code. So anyway, we had another donation here. I am no one. Hey, David, thanks as always for your time and teaching. Since they're so beloved, will Tramma or Angry Daddy make appearances at upcoming conferences? Absolutely. Do you have any merch for these characters like t-shirts? No, I haven't really messed with merch. There's companies that have tried to get me to sell t-shirts, and I'm like, no, products are a whole other complex domain, and you got to really make sure that your customer service is good and that people get their products, and if they don't get them, they get mad and they get sad. And honestly, I've just been too busy to deal with trying to make products. And again, making money is not my focus. The only time I ever sold shirts was at one conference in Colorado. That was it. I've never had any merch. I've never sold mugs, pens, shirts, anything like that. All I do is I make video products, and you can buy them if you want to. And again, thedisclosure.com, discount code is actualization. So without further ado, so I don't stay here all day and I actually can get ready for my trip. I got about an hour and 15 minutes to get through all this stuff. I think we can do it. Here's the first one. This is stuff they want to tell you about so that you can learn what's really going on behind the scenes, okay? So they talk about a strange banking glitch that allows people to steal money. This was a very upsetting thing. A glitch in Chase Bank's system enabled people to withdraw money they weren't entitled to. The bank had to impose 7-day holds on the affected accounts. As a result, many account holders are now facing significant negative balances. Now, this is probably something that was a test. This is my guess. I'm just guessing that they were testing something where they will be able to steal money that they need to steal later on. The usual suspects, not from Chase. I don't think Chase was responsible for this at all. I wouldn't blame them. They got hacked, and this was something that was done because in the future, maybe the bad guys are going to try to take a bunch of money all at once that they need, and it could be pretty catastrophic. So anyway, this post had 340,000 views. And here's these guys yelling and screaming with delight as they stole this money. Everybody got busted for this, but that video is 61 seconds long, and so it refers to this post. Please refer back and collect my crumbs. As discussed, we've anticipated social media blackouts on Twitter and other social media accounts. Whoa. That's the final stage, is when everything gets shut down. They try to take your money, which is what this implies. Rogue agents and programmers, like the programmers in the bank. Somebody, a rogue agent inside the system. Or maybe they hacked it from the outside. Per sealed federal orders, we quickly tracked and reinstated, and again, this banking problem got solved. Expect outages periodically because everything is infiltrated. So we're expecting outages in the future much bigger than this. You may lose your money for a while, but it will come back, and that's why, again, I always say, please keep sending me paper statements in the mail, because that way you can prove what you got. If this doesn't signal what I've been saying, I don't know what will. The other video is 24 seconds long. We've seen this one many, many, many times. Any person making statements they will not seek re-election was put in submission. And again, they're talking about how everybody in the system can cut deals. Not all will be prosecuted, but all will do as they're told. You'll see more of this occur. Okay, the next one. That gullible parents are being bribed to give treatments to their young ones. Oh my God. It says that this particular company is targeting people as young as 6 months for a trial, and they lure in the parents with up to $3,000. In this video, a father outrageously signs up 4 of his 7 kids, and he's very fruity. He's very fruity around the edges here. He's got the mustache and the accent, turning them into guinea pigs for Big Pharma. Well, God bless you, dude. I'm so sorry, man. So sorry about that. 125-second video, and in this case, it's a picture from Air Force One. And they actually give us post 127 later on for context. And that's the context of that picture is the graphic is your key. Let's pause from up here, meaning they're with the president, and say hello to the rogue intelligence agencies currently monitoring these threads. Was the money worth it? Titanic. So, in short, this coded communication means they are sinking like the Titanic, and I believe that. Then, this is so freaking crazy. You got this war going on, Israeli-Palestine war. They say, you know what? Let's just stop fighting for like 3 days at a time. We're going to do it over and over again. We can all agree on this. Isn't this great? Because in the process of blowing everybody up, let's stop the war so we can give treatments to approximately 640,000 individuals. It's so freaking crazy, isn't it? Oh, because, let's stop the killing. Let's stop killing these people long enough that we can make sure they're going to be healthy. Yeah, that sounds great. That sounds great. Like, what a great idea. What a humanitarian cause. Both Hamas and Israel have found common ground in this surprising turn with this campaign. Both sides have agreed to multiple 3-day ceasefires so that they can, create these treatments, as you can see right here. The campaign is already underway. Combat has been halted on both sides. It's amazing how they can come together for this one cause. Wow. So freaking crazy. And what do you think is really going on? Well, both sides agree on it for whatever reason. And this leads us to post number 60, which says you can count the number of people who know the full picture on 2 hands, and of those less than 10, only 3 of them are non-military. Why is this relevant? Outside of a particular operator who's been dialed in with orders, nobody else has the information. Operators never divulge. So they're telling you there's a lot more to this, and you're not going to get any more than what they're giving in these posts. So if somebody comes out there and says they know everything, no, that's not true. I'm literally doing the best I can by using their own intel source the way they want you to do it. Nobody else is feeding me anything. I've had no briefings for a long, long time that are anything direct. It's only coming from this source. They're again reiterating that. So somebody wants these treatments to happen, don't they? And then it turns out that the treatment was rejected for others right here. This is so crazy. Look at the pained expression on her face. Oh, it's horrifying. New footage from this massive effort in Gaza shows that it's happening orally. Disturbingly, this is a type of treatment that the U.S. and other countries rejected because it can actually cause severe problems, which they already know. Oh my God. As this crisis continues, the director of a particular organization ominously states, ultimately the best treatment is peace. Sure. So yeah, that's very, very disturbing. Very disturbing. 24-second video, same thing we just saw. So they did it again. Anyone who's making statements of not seeking re-election was put in submission, and not all will be prosecuted. So again, they're saying people can cut a deal, and that's very important. I hope they do. Then we see a Denver home in the suburbs was attacked by these armed individuals. New surveillance footage reveals a gang of mass criminals armed and ready as they prepare to launch a terrifying attack on this house in the suburbs. So that's all part of the anarchy state that's going on. They're trying to get a civil war going. They want to get people mad. Please don't act in any violent way at all. This is all going to be taken care of, so don't respond to these provocations. And then they give you post number 40, which reveals 41020, which would be D, and then the letter J, and then the letter T. Obviously, those are initials. You can figure out what they are. And they tie in 42 later on. That's the other post that ties into this where it says, we serve at the pleasure of the president, DJT. That's another one they link to in the number of seconds. Then we see, in the media here, they try to say that an American was killed by Hamas. But it actually turns out he had dual citizenship. So yeah, he was sort of an American. But then they say, really you got to look at him and he's an IDF guy. So what did you all notice about this particular individual, an American citizen, quote unquote, who was killed while being held as a hostage? And first of all, he's got the military uniform on that's of their country, not ours. And again, everybody in the comments said dual citizenship, dual citizenship. So they're just trying to make you think that this is happening to Americans, but this is all part of the disinformation campaign. Then we see this tragic fire at a church in France. This is their burnt offering idea. They want to sacrifice Christians as much as possible. Devastating fire erupted in the middle of the night at this Immaculate Conception Church in Saint-Omer, France. It took 90 firefighters to battle this blaze, threatening to destroy a church that had withstood 2 world wars. The cause of the fire remains a mystery. They explain it a little bit later. Notice it's 42 seconds, and I just explained that to you. So it's DJT, it's 2 posts after the last one, which they just explained the code, so that really fits. Now we see anti-American sentiment as Turkey applies for BRICS. This is the next one right here, so we're going to look at the first thing, and then we're going to look at it up close. Tarotina just donated. Thank you very much. A U.S. soldier allegedly serving aboard the USS Wasp was attacked in Turkey when a group of people ambushed him, putting a sack over his head after his warship arrived at port. And they shout, "Go home, Yankee." And this is happening as Turkey applies for BRICS membership, which will create significant NATO tension. Extremely disturbing. And he's trying to be cool about it, but he's terrified, obviously, and they're all fighting him. It's very sad. So the first one is 9 seconds long, and this is one we've read many times before. Projection. The D's cannot lose control over the black pop. At some point, the Great Awakening will occur, and that's happening now. They're all figuring it out in that population, that their local national leaders are corrupt and paid off to keep them poor and in need. And then we see, through the looking glass, they rely, I don't want to read all this. They rely on the MSM to keep their narrative going, but tech is entrenching on their controls. They're desperately trying to censor due to various cash infusions, and this will fail. And the other one is post 23. It says, we've read this one many, many times before. Military intelligence has the same special access programs as these other agencies. Who can be held hostage and controlled by these agencies? They think that they have foreign offshore assets strong enough to defend against the U.S. executive. That will fail. The Constitution explicitly granted authorities to the president. They knew these agencies would grow in power so much that they could hold executive hostage or engage in bad actors. And 45 nominated someone new to every agency, which is really cool, right? Because that means that they're not bad. Every agency but one, he controls the top. That's a very good thing to remember if you start freaking out, that the alliance is much bigger than we think, and most of the people, everybody who's doing this, they are hiding it. So it's a vast, vast covert operation. Very exciting. Then we see that the Venezuelan president had his plane seized in the Dominican Republic by the United States. And this post comes in at 36 seconds, which, again, is long, but we just read the bottom. These are crumbs. You cannot imagine the full, complete picture. If 45 had failed, if we failed, and if a certain individual assumed control, we were going to do the unthinkable. And then this kept a delegate scam from occurring, and fraud being declared, so that he actually got into office. Dig deeper, missing critical points to paint the full picture. Here's the crazy line at the end. This is the big one. There is simply no other way than to use the military. It is that corrupt and dirty. Please be safe and pray for those in harm's way as they continually protect and serve our great country. So once again, they are telling you, don't expect November to be normal. Military is the only way forward. I'm not expecting anything normal at all. And I think that we're very close to this, and that's why I'm so happy to be taking a vacation. Hopefully nothing huge happens in September. I can enjoy that. But I will be back home before October 1st. And absolutely. Okay, next one. This particular guy, probably a Christian in Ireland, was arrested for misgendering. His name was Enoch Burke, and he defied the orders to refer to this particular male student as she, her. And so they popped him. And so, again, you got to be careful. If you stand your ground, you might have to go to jail for that belief. It's very sad. 200,000 views. And we got post number 121 here, which we got to read in two parts. And actions in Saudi, so critically important. What U.S. assets are in place there. What assurances were made to protect the kingdom. We talked about this before. A missile came in from Yemen. They shot it down. Was it really from Yemen? How do we know? Why is this relevant? Who are the puppets, the masters? Who pulls the strings? Who has the power? What if things in the U.S. can be set up? How are these presidents, Kennedy, Reagan, and Trump, different from others? Why did Kennedy surround himself with his family, much like 45? What if it was bought and paid for? How would this be possible? And then why are there no ID laws? What do you need for an ID? List, compare, and laugh. What is the argument for not allowing these laws to be enacted? Well, that's happening again. They're desperately trying to get this to happen. Why are these certain individuals important? Why is the border important? What did he say on the campaign trail? What did he encourage? Da-da-da-da. There's so much I can't really read here. God save us. So again, they're really telling you don't expect anything to be normal because the whole system is infiltrated. The military is the only way. Okay? Then this 12-year-old has, sadly, a baffling heart attack. We know why. Doctors are baffled by a sudden heart attack of a healthy 12-year-old athlete, leaving his devastated parents searching for answers. It all began in July. It seemed like he had a simple stomach bug, but then it escalated into a life-threatening cardiac arrest. CPR was performed. He's since suffered extensive brain damage and has an uncertain future. Well, we know what this is. And, oh, we got rain outside. It's raining like crazy now. It's actually loud and thunder, and I'm hearing rain hit the roof. So hopefully the connection stays good. Yeah, we got 5,000 people. For 3 hours and 22 minutes, everything's good. All right. So we got 135 seconds, which says, at the top, it says that the Roths own and control all of these banks. So this is funny because I've been reading these slides, and there was these lists of central banks, and I had forgotten what this was, and so they directed me back in the Alliance. They directed me back to post 135 to explain, okay, David, in case you forgot, these are the banks owned and controlled by these Roths. And that's why it's important to talk about this. So they've refreshed our memory. So thank you guys. It's another endorsement as I take it. And it's very cool. Then we have a pregnancy photo from Cardi B, which, oops, they made a mistake and they spray painted this hidden word across the entire background. Couldn't possibly have been on purpose. It has to have been an accident. This is really, really crazy. She was caught in a pregnancy photo shoot where this particular word is clearly visible in the background. They say filth. She's a known supporter of this particular company that's already been tarnished by disturbing images. She said this was just a mistake. Yeah. So people make these kind of mistakes. When I show it to you, you're going to be like, oh, yeah, what a big mistake. Somebody had to write that thing. When you do a film shoot, you can dress a set. It's called set dressing. You can dress a set for hours. You know exactly what's there. Everything I've got here is deliberate. I got this little orange flower right here, okay? That's deliberate. That's part of my set. Keep that sucker right there. You know, so like everything is exactly calculated. It's called set dressing. So do you think for 1 minute that they wouldn't know that this word was there? It says, okay, let's keep reading. She says it's just a mistake, but how could any member of her team miss this word so blatantly displayed during the photos editing process? So here it is. And so you can see she's pregnant, and it says homesick, the word homesick, and then over the word homesick, more subliminal, around the circle, you can clearly see that word. So the homesick guy, okay, well, it even logically makes sense. He's homesick. He wishes that this could still work. He wishes that this system was still in place and hadn't been broken down. But they need more people to be pregnant, right? In order to regenerate the system. It's really, really crazy. And you think for 1 minute that this is an accident? No, what they're trying to do is they're trying to make it subliminal. Consciously, you see the word homesick, but your subconscious, if you only look at it temporarily, does not read the other word because it's in silver. It's much lighter, but it's absolutely there. So that is just crazy. They're trying to say that's an accident. Give me a freaking break. Give me a freaking break. Anyway, next one. They're preparing you that they're going to do something in November, and they don't want you to be freaked out about it, so they're setting it up right now. The media is openly admitting that there's going to need to be several days in order for them to figure out what happened. They're psychologically preparing you for what they've already planned. 44-second video, as you can see, and it says, before he departs on Friday, he will send an important message via X. God bless. And we don't know what that is yet, so I'll be watching, fervently this coming weekend to see what that's going to be. There's lots of other things going on that are cool in the news. This past week, we had Dark Pluckerberg telling us, oh, yeah, we were pressured and we had to take this stuff down. Very interesting. And we got good old Wild Bill, who wants to put all these... It seems to me that the seeds that we would place in the Ethiopian country would be more appropriately situated if they were genetically modified. Of course, we're only doing this because we want to have the children be so much healthier because we've got very special things in these seeds and make it a lot better for you than the other types of seeds that we were using before. Oh my God, dude. Nobody believes you, buddy. Nobody believes anything you say. So there you go. There's my Wild Bill impression. He arrived in Ethiopia to meet with the Prime Minister, radically reshaping their agriculture, dairy, poultry, and hybrid seed farming, shifting farmers from traditional practices to the use of patented GMOs, heavily synthetic fertilizers, and a monocrop approach. This could ultimately give him unprecedented control over the food systems, environment, and livelihoods. Wherever he goes, death and destruction are sure to follow. Of course, there's no dirty politics or anything strange going on. It's very above board. We're just really trying to, make sure that everybody stays as healthy as possible. We want him to be as healthy as possible. Like that? The eyebrow action? With the glasses, it's even better, isn't it? Oh my God. I can't stand it. Anyway, 140 seconds leads us to post 140. This is a pretty long one. We've read it before. Wealth over generations buys power. Power over generations buys more wealth and control, which in turn buys countries and people. Families combined equals this group, and those inner families are collapsing. What is the keystone? What nation dominates all the others? Apparently that's Saudi. I don't know. That's what it seems to sound like. Has influence over most others. What is the keystone? Return to SA. Strings have now been cut. They had a coup there. That was back in, 2017. Puppets in the shadows. Each side of the triangle controls a certain subset of power brokers. So I think what we're dealing with is there's the Roth, there's the Rock, and then there's the Muslim one. I think those are the three. And so I don't usually talk about it as three factions, but the Muslim is sort of a separate and distinct faction that very much factors in, and apparently that country they mentioned is where it was working out of before 2017. What is the New World Order? Why did he receive a sword dance when he went there? What does this mean culturally? I think it was a hero's welcome because, again, they did this overthrow. How did he remove one side of the pyramid? Well, that again seems to be SA. What did he receive when he visited China? Where did he dine? What is the significance? That I don't know. But I think the alliance is in all these countries to varying degrees. What if they are all coordinating with him to eliminate this group? Wow, yeah. There's all these positive groups within all of these countries. And then we talk about these other countries, who really controls them. Enormous scale of events is currently ongoing. And then this is not easy to accept or believe. Joint missions are underway right now. The world is fighting back. There you go. Then we find out that the New York governor's chief of staff was actually working on the inside. You can't even make this up. It's so freaking crazy. Deputy chief of staff was hit with shocking charges, accused of secretly serving as an agent for the government. Indictment revealed that she actively pushed these agendas within the state government, even going so far as to bar Taiwanese representatives from meeting with New York officials. Unbelievable. What's more, she and her husband are accused of course, right, laundering millions of dollars while carrying out their operations. Yeah. And so New York is obviously really stinky, and they tried to do all these indictments against our buddy, whose slippers are just so elegantly adorning my feet right now, giving me a nice fashion accessory, because I'm willing to commit that much to you, to deepen the trust in our relationship, you know? Yeah, seems really great, doesn't it? Oh my God. No, go away, Bill. Come on, dude. Anyway, 57 seconds. Get out of Ethiopia, dude. Come on. And then this one we've read many, many times before as well, and it's talking about this Muslim aspect. You look at the last line of the first paragraph. Why is this relevant? Again, that's the third faction that I don't usually mention. Who took an undisclosed trip to this country, and what is the purpose of a face-to-face versus phone call? So that faction has a huge amount of influence, apparently. So then we see that, sure enough, this guy who did the church fire appears to be some sort of contractor, which means somebody probably made him do this because that's part of their agenda. Man was arrested after setting fire. It's Joel Vigoureux, a serial arsonist who's notorious for his relentless campaign against churches. He's known to authorities for his past work, seems to treat burning down these landmarks as if it's his own career, and then wink, wink, almost like a government contract job. Well, that's the pea under the shell, right? They're telling you something without telling you, almost like he has a government contract. The media was wrong again. Apparently they guessed something else. So then we have 42 seconds, and again, we serve at the pleasure of the president. That fits very well. Is good old JB even still running anything? Well, this is very strange because he doesn't have a presidential seal on his desk, and it looks like he was booted out and placed on a movie set, as they say. The video is 29 seconds long, and this one we've seen many times before. Some things must remain classified to the end, and then they talk about what would happen, that if you learned the truth, it would sound so outrageous most Americans would riot, revolt, and reject it. These networks are being dismantled. These various things that are happening have been paused, but they're not terminated until the players are in custody. Remember, military is the only way forward. And then it says, we pray every day, every single day, for God's guidance and direction as we are truly up against pure evil. And again, they're trying to burn down churches. So that fits very well in context as a citation by the number of seconds. Then we have a lost signal coming up, that another crash could be occurring that's much worse than the one in 2008. These graphs, the part on the left is what happened in 2008. The part on the right is what's happening now. And this is we'll see that in a second. It's a disturbing echo of 2007 and 2008, but on a far more dangerous scale. Unrealized losses that are now haunting FDIC-insured institutions are far surpassing what we saw in 2008, meaning they're losing money, they're defaulting, there's nothing they can do about it. It's very frightening. The data lays bare the gravity of the situation and serves as a dire warning of a storm brewing in the financial sector. So here again on the left, it says, you see that's where it was. It goes down to minus 75 in billions, so minus 75 billion. And now since 2023, it's down to minus 675 billion in unrealized losses on investment securities. So there's no way to bail this out. So if you look at that, it's 75 billion versus 675 billion. So they're saying maybe not, maybe there could be another financial collapse coming that could be a lot worse than 2008. If that does happen, it's only going to be temporary and you will be repaid. So again, don't do a bank run. Keep your money in the bank. Keep your statements ready. When all this thing settles down, it's going to be fine. But things could get really, really freaking gnarly and squirrely. If I can't get my money anymore, I guess I'm going to have to leave my vacation and come back early. But we'll take care of it one day at a time. I hope this doesn't happen. I really don't want to see this. But man, this warning really gave me chills. This is one of the ones that genuinely freaked me out because it's so much bigger than the last time. It's going to cause a lot of people to hurt. It's going to cause a lot of suffering. I hope it doesn't happen, but all of this is part of the ensemble of things that might go down as we go through these last 2 months. It's entirely possible. This one also really, really freaked me out. Taylor Swift has a startling resemblance to this Xena Shrek, who actually is the daughter of the founder of this particular organization. It says there's an eerie resemblance between Taylor and Xena is the daughter of Anton, who was the founder of this organization. Oh my gosh, they do look almost exactly the same. You watch the video, and there's all of these side-by-side comparisons of pictures of her. I mean, she doesn't even look like her mother as much as she just looks like a clone. So maybe what they're implying is that Taylor really is the daughter of this woman, and that was all hidden somehow. I think that's what they're getting at. And again, she's done a variety of really strange things in these music award ceremonies, going all the way back to when she first came out. And I've talked about that before. So this is part of the weird agenda where they're going to promote their own, bring them to positions of power and influence in the music industry and other things, and then show you that. So this was very, very creepy. The video was 43 seconds long, leading to the beloved post number 43, which we've seen many times before. It's one of the most telling ones of all. These crumbs are not meant to scare you, but merely to inform. Any resistance will be dealt with, and it will be dealt with swiftly. So this is not going to be a problem. It's going to happen fast. The core focus, again, is removing entrenched and fortified people, bad actors within our federal government, past and present, as well as others. Simply be diligent. When you get these emergency messages, you will get phone numbers if you witness an uprising or any violence, in addition to the normal 911, 911. Any military that you see is for your protection and will also be demonstrating our resolve. Wow. Watch for confirmations tomorrow. That part might not be true, but anyway, this is very much showing, not true for the present. This is very much showing, again, there's going to be military stuff going on. It's going to be a big deal. They make that point week after week, and they are going after this very dark, evil element. It's fascinating. Fascinating. I cannot wait to see what's going to happen. My whole life is going to change once it does. I know that. So then we saw that 2 months before November, we have another shooting take place, this time in Atlanta. Reports are emerging of a large-scale tragedy at Appalachia High School, and following a tense lockdown, students released to go home, but the situation remains grim, and potential victims are being airlifted from the scene. People are not getting shocked by this anymore. They keep doing it so much, it doesn't become a big story anymore, but what they really want to do is take all your toys away, your bang bang toys, and we're not going to let them do that. And then again, we got post 23, and we've seen this one so much before. We saw it already in this show before. And again, they've got people in every agency except one as people at the top who can make sure that this thing's going to work out. And it's being controlled at the top, as you can see. Then they talk about how the book Pale Horse actually talked about what the agenda was behind this. And at least 30 injuries and 4 deaths. Arrest has been made, but the information has not yet been released. Only more questions and answers. Cooper claimed that various organizations were manipulating people who were mentally ill, and they would use psychotropics to orchestrate these events. The goal is to fuel a fear-driven agenda to justify that people in the U.S. lose their bang-bangs in the name of safety. The question now is, are these operations still happening? Obviously, the answer would be yes, that's what they mean. So then you can read this up close. And it says here, the Gov, we had Roger Zubarak just donated again. He says, if all goes south while you're on vacation, advertise the show, your supporters will bail you out. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. And he's proven that. So thank you, Roger. It's nice to know you guys have got my back. I only have really just enough money to do the trip, so I am going to send out another promotional email to the people who bought Michael Prophecies just as a book. And if you can upgrade to Sacred Science for $88 in that subcategory, that would really, really help me so I don't have to be so afraid on this trip. I have just enough money to pull it off, but I'm going to do it. Light Connection 1 says they are deceivers. Valkyrie says, interestingly, all the celebs say they went to church as a kid. They still go today on the surface, but their actions are totally opposite. What a ruse. I agree. Paradot824 says, deal with Taylor swiftly. Wonk, wonk. Ugh, there was a kid in my middle school, says M. Martin, who made a list of students. He was only suspended for 2 days and he had no criminal charges. Skeptical with a loving heart. Where's Tramaw? Baby, come to your Tramaw. Come closer and closer. The closer you get to your Tramaw, the more she loves you and the more she feels the hugs that you get from her are so wonderful, baby. Oh, yeah, she loves you so much. Mwah, mwah, mwah. Come in closer and closer. Come in closer to your Tramaw. You can be one of my Tran babies. Oh, my God. I'm going to bring these with me. You know, if these characters need to pop out on the road, at least all I need is glasses. It doesn't take much to pack those. Hey, Dave, we met in Loveland, says Vacapalo. Here's my grain of sand for your well-deserved vacation. Thank you for the donation, $50. Have a nice piece of juicy steak. I fully intend to. Hope you can find a 2004 or earlier rental car. My prayers are with you for security, discernment, and clarity. Well, honestly, what I'm going to do is keep a sharp rock in the car, and if it starts driving itself, I'm going to smash out the window and get the hell out of there. But hopefully that won't happen. I think I have a pretty good idea how to handle this. Anyway, I can't do too much Tramaw, because if I do the gravelly voice right, then I lose my voice. So normally I only do her at the end so I can still talk. But I got water. It's okay. So anyway, let's next one on our list. Well, I was going to read this to you. Let's do that first. They encourage the manufacture and importation of various things for people to use, intended to foster a feeling of insecurity, which will lead Americans to voluntarily take the toys away and pass laws. Using drugs and hypnosis on mental patients in a process called Orion, the desire was inculcated in people to do certain things and inflame the lobbies. This plan is well underway, so far is working perfectly. This book was written in like the late 80s, early 90s or something. The middle class is begging the government to do away with certain laws. In every instance I've investigated, these people were ex-mental patients or current mental patients who were all on a certain drug. When you take it in certain doses, it increases your serotonin levels, and that can lead to violence. Very interesting. So they're definitely letting you know they're onto this. They know what's going on. This is going to become known to everybody. It's not going to be a conspiracy anymore. So then good old Candace, who's been very, very brave lately, all along actually, confronts this dude who then has a tantrum about Michael Jackson, what really went down. Dramatic meltdown after she claimed that he was responsible for this death taking place. He bankrupted this star for revealing what they were doing and their control over the music industry. And if you remember, he had a song that's very controversial called They Don't Really Care About Us, right? All I've got to say is they don't really care about us. That's about as much of that as I'm going to do. Then he wrote a propaganda book about the life to cover up the involvement that he had. He's not like yelling and screaming, but he definitely is pretty agitated. And anyway, 51 seconds leads us to post 51. And this is the guy who's very sad. And he said that he was, all this stuff that I've learned about has made me suicidal. I can't stand that no one will open their eyes and they are being manipulated. I hope with all of my heart that the promises will be kept, the swamp will be cleaned. We have Wolf Husky saying, have a great vacation, David. I love the information and insights. Are you going anywhere fun? Yeah, I'm probably going to hit a few sites, and I might actually do some filming if I get that little camera. So I might show you guys some video and show you some beautiful things in the coming show. Anyway, I I hope what the original poster said is true. I will be praying for all who risk their lives and hope that the Lord will guide them. Pray that what he says is true and spiritual edification of God for his complete safety. The pieces are coming together. If this is all true, the Alliance are geniuses, because I would never imagine that this would be possible to take over this monster of corruption. But it is. And they say, Dear Patriot, we hear you. We hear all Americans such as yourself. Here it comes. The time has come to take back our great land, and that's probably not going to be in the normal way that we would think. Sean Hines has donated. Thank you very much. He says, love the info. Live and prosper, my friend. You are loved. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. We're getting close. I think I'm going to be able to finish before 4.5 hours, definitely. The time has come. The time is now. Holy crap. He's backed by the absolute finest people alive who are all dedicated to eradicating evil and corruption from the world. Find peace. God is with us. God bless you and be safe. And we have this Atlanta event, and somebody comes in and says, you know what, I heard more than one. So grandmother of 3 claims there were multiple people involved. Earlier today, there was a chilling phone call warning that it would happen in 5 schools and that this was just the first one. Colt Browning just donated. And he says, make sure to visit sacred sites while you're there. Have fun, brother, and be safe. We love you. Thank you very much, Colt, and thank you for the donation. So, yet in a video, a witness curiously refers to one of them, suggesting there may have been more than one. He says this multiple times in the video. That's the guy on the right. Unlike in many recent events, this guy survived. He surrendered to the police, and he is now held in custody. We have 2 videos here, and it's 52 seconds on the first one. This is another really complex one that we've read before. Actually, maybe we haven't. This might be a new one. No, it isn't. We've read this many times before, where it's just basically talking about, if you look at it, how people in politics are making way more money than they should be, and they want to have surgery and act like they're senile so they don't have to talk about it anymore. And what does the swamp refer to? What does their money buy? There you go. Nobody's going to talk, but they're all going to be held accountable. Next one is post 35. This is the preeminent post. They've given it to us once again. The preeminent post letting us know what's getting ready to happen. We got 5,000 people watching live, 3 hours and 46 minutes. We're definitely going to get done before 4.5 hours. Maybe we can even get done within 4 hours or slightly more. I hope so. Because I still got to pack my stuff. I got everything laid out up on the bed. I'm really excited. We're getting ready to do this thing. It's going to be amazing. So this is like the preeminent. 35 is the ultimate post that tells you, yeah, you know what? It's not going to be a normal November. They're getting ready to do very kinetic stuff. It's going to be huge. And you're going to get messages on your phone. You might not have power. You might not have internet. But the whole world is going to change once they do this. It's so exciting. 45 is going to be well insulated and protected on AF1. They already showed you the picture of that from the air. Specific locations classified while operations are conducted. That's what's coming, folks, due to the nature of the entrenchment. Once again, they say, it's time to take back the country. Let us salute and pray for those brave individuals in uniform who are going to be undertaking this assignment. Wow. It's happening, folks. It's going to happen. Bringing forth peace, unity, and returning power to the people. It is our hope that the message will reach enough people to make a meaningful impact. Well, I got 5,000 right now. We usually get a total of over 100,000 views, and I think a lot of people know this is going to happen. So the plan is working well. To make a meaningful impact, we cannot yet telegraph the message openly for reasons I'm sure you can understand. Obviously, I'm glad to be doing that. I'm honored to be doing this. Follow the questions from previous threads. Remain calm. The primary targets are in DC. Whoops. So, yeah, so that part, we already read that. And then it says the primary targets are in DC, remaining at the top. Any spillover in the streets will be quickly shut down. As you can see right here, I made a slide for this. It says to, again, remain calm. And so then we go back to the rest of it. It says, look for more FFs, stay alert, be vigilant, and above all, please pray. God so loved the world that he gave his one and only Son. Whoever believes in him shall not perish, but have eternal life. Love is patient, love is kind. So again, they are very into the Bible, and they believe this is a Christian mission that they're doing. It's very exciting. Jim Garrigus donated again. Thank you very much. Koyman McKaysey donated $100. Vacation cash. Thank you, David. Many blessings on your trip, David. Please don't shake anyone's hands. Chemistry through the skin. Bring things for the horses. Yeah, I'm not going to be shaken by his hand. That's a good point, because you never know who's who. I'll just have to gracefully bow or maybe do a fist bump or something like that. And Deep Stank Pickles says, we need to remember to hit the like button. I guess you guys, thank you for hitting the like button. If you can do that right now, that's really great. We got over 5,000 people, 5,010 people watching right now. And I am going to make it well before 4.5 hours. So let's keep going. So again, this is very exciting. It says to remain calm. There's going to be spillover in the streets, but it will all get shut down. And then on the 4th, they say that they knew about this guy in Georgia since 2023. They just revealed they've been aware of him since that time. They took no action against him because he was probably working for him, and this confirms it. So then they show you this slide. You can read the whole thing, and it actually does explain some things. And then they say here, say the line, he was on our radar, and then everybody cheers on the bottom. It's really funny. So anyway, now we find out in this next post that as they keep pausing the war, they've already got a total of 490,000 they're planning on giving this to. It's really, really freaking crazy, you guys. Startling surge in these treatments, over 187,000 in just 2 days, far beyond the original target of 157. Does nobody know anything? I mean, why would people be falling for this? It's like, oh my God, you guys, I'm so sorry. Jeez. Now preparations are being rushed for the next phase. Of course, we got to get this done as quick as we can. From September 5th through the 8th, which is going on now, another 340,000. And then a final phase looms ahead with another 150,000. And they agreed to allow localized pauses in fighting so that, well, we don't want to kill anybody. We just want to give you this beautiful treatment. Oh, wow. Come on. And we already heard that it has side effects that nobody wants. That's why nobody else takes it. So then we got 3 minutes, which is exactly 180. And that is Fly, Eagles, Fly. What U.S. president was named Eagle? Well, that would be Kennedy. So this is, again, talking about, and there was also a Fly, Roth's Fly. We had that one before. So, and Kennedy's going to clean this stuff up for us. I'm so glad that he's joined the administration. It's very exciting. Angry Daddy didn't like it, but I love it. All right, then we see that this guy had not been in town until the day he did the stuff. He had been out of town, and then all of a sudden he showed up just in time. So he'd been monitored, visited, and questioned in 2023. They publicly confirmed that. Neighbors revealed he hadn't been seen in the area until the day it happened. His siblings were around, but he remained out of sight. His mother was reportedly a former addict. She'd been arrested last November on drug charges. His father, who endured a lifetime of abuse from his own parents, is now separated from the mother. The only known image of him shown on the right dates back to childhood. No recent photos are currently available. And, son, God damn it. Your head looks like a goddamn ice cream cone that somebody licked the wrong way, and I've spent too long looking at your stupid haircut. I have had it. You got to learn how to comb your hair, son. This is just not working out for dear old daddy. You better pull it together, shape up, or ship out. I have had it. I love that. I love Angry Daddy. Isn't he the best? Come on, everybody loves him. You yell at your kid too much, that's what's going to happen. Shouldn't do that, man. Post 85, and they're talking about this particular group that ends in 13. And it's tied to these various things. So apparently they were the ones responsible for helping this guy do this. Who do you hire for a hit? Well, there you go. It's also involves hypnosis, and you can eliminate them after the job is complete. There you go. It all lines up very nicely. This is really freaking crazy. Somebody's house in Florida. They're trying to live your life, and then there's this blue stuff being sprayed by a helicopter. Yeah, you better believe it. That's the world we live in today. And she captured this footage of the spraying. They claimed it was for mosquitoes, but others have witnessed similar events, and they say they felt sick, and they're concerned. But the mainstream confirms, oh yeah, it's safe and effective. Well, look at that. You can see the blue there. It's really disgusting. Nothing surprised me anymore. 1.8 million views. And post 51 we've seen many times before. We just read that. So there go. Same thing again. So we don't need to read that twice because we just had it. So anyway, now we're seeing good old Chucky wants to take everybody and just make them all happy together. You know, let's all just join hands and sing Kumbaya. I don't know if anybody else agrees with him, but that's what he wants. Regardless of how they got here, let's just do it immediately. We must, because otherwise we're going to lose. Oh my God. 16 seconds. And this is another one of those really shocking ones. Get the popcorn. Friday and Saturday will deliver on the promise. We're going to clean house to free up and demonstrate who has authority so we can pass important legislation, which is not going to include that legislation. This was always a priority. Remember, Sessions can't look impartial. Anyone who thinks he's not in control is kidding themselves. He's 100% insulated and has zero risk. This is a fact. So there you go. And this is never going to happen, but they would like it to. Then we see, oh yeah, you know what? That guy that had the ice cream head, he just so happened to be meeting with these particular lovely individuals, these friends of busy investigators, 11 times in 14 months. I'm sure it's got to be a coincidence. It couldn't possibly mean they were using any hypnosis on him. And sure enough, you can see he's got long blonde hair, and he wants to identify differently. There you go. He's mad at the world, and he's wanting to get his agenda across. This is actually what he was doing. He was one of these guys who wanted to do this and buy into their agenda. So they met with him 11 times over a 14-month span. This is not a coincidence. So his hair went from being ice cream to being feminine, I guess. I don't know. Anyway, Angry Daddy didn't like that. Almost 6 million views on this one. So yeah, that's because they were managing him. He's been hypnotized. That's what it is. He probably doesn't even remember the meetings, but yet you can see it on the GPS. So then we see that farmers are being paid not to farm, and they were offered £2,500 for a 3-year program where they do absolutely nothing, sit on their butt. That's a really, really low amount of money to try to buy somebody out. $2,500? No. Why would they take such an approach? Well, we know why, because they want everybody to starve. So we have 123 seconds, and it says nothing is random, everything has meaning. That fits very well. Then this guy, who's a former mayor, posts the very, very creepy video. He never says a word. He just sits there. He puts coconut flakes on his food, and then he eats it, and he just stares at you, and all you hear is the crunch. It's extremely disturbing. Greg Gates says, "Hi, David. I'm sorry I can't donate today. This group has gotten all of my accounts. My credit cards are maxed out. I'm being attacked. I'm so sorry." It's okay, Greg. We still love you if you don't donate, of course. So thank you very much for being here, Greg. Kaylin Robinson just donated, "Hey, David. I commented on one of the posts yesterday. I mentioned that I have a certain orientation. I got a lot of comments from the followers who thought I was possessed by demons. Thoughts?" And then we have Laura T. donate $100. So look, I actually journaled about this, and the answer is many, many people are going to be going through the first wave. Everybody on Earth is going to go through the first wave of Ascension next year, 2025. Regardless of your orientation, you're going to be going through this. So I don't judge you. And if you felt judged by something they said, please don't throw out the baby with the bathwater. Because again, I'm not making any criticisms here. I'm just reporting on the news. And I think that once the first wave happens, we're all going to get a very expanded view. We're going to have new consciousness, and it's going to be a whole new reality. So please don't feel like I'm judging you. I think they're angry because of this agenda, and I get that, but they don't want to stigmatize anybody. They're just pissed off that they are trying to force this upon people who really don't want it to be forced upon them. I think that's the main key. So it could have been worded better, I agree, but whatever. That's how they said it. And I saw your comment, by the way. I read that. I read all of them on that post. We'll get to that one in a minute. So this former mayor sent out some bizarre tweets where he didn't say anything, but he was giving what seemed to be a coded language. This is the first time he dabbled in cryptic messaging. He once read a particular book that encourages keeping secrets. Here's some of its passages. Number 1, I know what you're thinking. Why would we keep such a delicious party a secret? Okay, sure. Oh, this is gross, right? Number 2, it's so folks don't show up to bonk you with brooms. Whoa, that's not the only reason. Okay, strange. Number 3, when you make something secret, you make it special. Surprisingly, the author of the book was not this particular individual. Very, very disturbing. So there he is. He just looks you in the eye and he crunches in and he doesn't say anything. And he says, I eat this, I am hungry, and I will eat this today. So this is like At this point in the game, with what everybody knows, to actually go public and make a statement like this is very sick. It's very fearless and daring and very stupid, in my opinion. And it shows he feels like he's got nothing to lose. So I really feel sorry for this guy, because it's like throwing yourself upon the sword, basically. Really, really terrifying and sad that he would have done this, but he did. And it got 1.1 million views. And then we're back to post 31, which is another one that we've read many times. The world stalemate. We have all the goods on everyone. That's part of the reason why some of the things tying back to foreign heads remain classified. We're in one of the most critical times of our country. We're working to balance what we're doing for America, at the same time purifying our government and removing entrenched bad actors. And we just read this one last week and the week before, so this is a very common thing they keep bringing out. There's so much string pulling and blackmail, we need to cut these off in order to regain the power granted to us by patriots and hardworking people. Then this comedian, who's a very funny guy, reveals that this particular scandal could actually bring down Hollywood as we know it and the government. The names are so powerful and influential that the entire entertainment industry could suffer. And then we got 4.1 million views on this, and it's 132 seconds. I believe that's true, yeah. And so post 132, and then this is where they're just, again, talking about a graphic where everybody compiled all the data together. And then they said, yes, we're glad that you're doing this. AVDB just donated, says, has a wonderful holiday, David. Thank you very much. That's your first super chat. $20 New Zealand. Thank you very much. So yes, in this particular post, they're telling you, we want you to tie all the data together, which is what I'm doing here. So the Alliance is very happy that I'm doing this, regardless of what one hater says, clones himself like the Hydra and all these different fake identities. Then we see that our buddy is being attacked by the former clients of this individual. He's appealing this absurd verdict where she won without presenting any substantial evidence. As a reminder, she self-identified this way, claims it happened multiple times, including babysitter's boyfriend, dentist, camp counselor, unnamed college date, unnamed boss, CEO of CBS, and now this other individual. She is being funded by a mega donor who visited this particular location in 2014 after he'd already been exposed. Yikes. That's the one who's paying for this? Yeah, because they want their business to continue. Why is he always being attacked by these clients? Well, there you go. There's the answer. They don't want to be arrested. Can you blame them? I mean, honestly, if you don't want to be stopped, then you fight the guy who's trying to stop you. That's what this is about. Post number 27 is where this leads to. And again, not everything can be disclosed because it ties back to foreign heads of state. Much will be revealed, but not at a cost we can't recover from. So again, there's great opportunities for people to make deals, and if you have that opportunity, you should take it, because it's a lot better than the alternative, I would say. Okay, then we have another strange thing that could be the result of hacking, where they're trying to bring the system down. Social Security had a nationwide meltdown. It says right here they're facing a massive technical meltdown affecting nearly all of their electronic systems. Well, if people can't get money, they're living paycheck to paycheck, they're going to end up starving. So this is very frightening. And then you got the economic collapse on the horizon. What if they did both of these at the same time? So you better stockpile your food, as I keep telling you. Don't wait for the paycheck to come in to be able to have your food. They say no one in the agency can even access their own services, and they're calling it an IT issue. Well, this is, again, trying to set up future disastrous events. I hope they don't happen. But this is why I got to get on vacation before October. So then we see that the father of this individual admitted there was a danger all the way back in 23. They released chilling audio from the 2023 visit to the home, sparked by an anonymous tip about online threats that this guy might try to do something like this. In 2023, the father admitted that his son had access to various things, and that he even talked about these kinds of events, sharing that his son had been bullied. Something is not adding up here. Well, I guess I added to it by talking about his head looking like ice cream, but Angry Daddy has a certain amount of creative license because it's satire. Anyway. Well, we do know that it's adding up. It's adding up to exactly one thing, which is that somebody pushed him into doing this and programmed him. So then we see 1 minute and 53 seconds is 113 seconds. So that's this post right here. Social media platforms, who are the top 10 shareholders of Face, Twit, Red, why is this country relevant? And again, Muslims. Controlling stakes, I guess they do have that. in these various 3-letter, media groups, and they're investors in these other things. Why is this relevant? What is this operation? Who is active? And then we have good old Anderson Vanderbilt. You can't make this stuff up. Then we have, she got in so much trouble for this star from the WNBA. She's almost got, her shirt's like about to fall open. There's a boob hanging out, which again, I'll show that to you for strictly scientific research purposes only. And then, well, she's all half naked in the nightgowns, practically bursting open. She's telling you, oh, yeah, you got to go get the treatment. Really? So here we go. Here it is, folks. She's got this sultry smile on her face. She's cradling this microphone that happens to have a pink top on it, oh my God. And she keeps like wobbling the microphone back and forth while she's talking too. It's very, very creepy and sexualized and bizarre, to say the least. So her name is Angel, and she made a bizarre statement saying that this thing is making a comeback. They're obviously trying to reignite people's fears with celebrity endorsements. She promotes the treatment and eagerly awaits the next time she can get one. I'm in line. I'm waiting. The timing is uncanny, as U.S. hospitals will begin reporting this in November, right before the election. And then there she is. You can see her boobs are hanging out. And, you just wish that hair would move a little bit, wouldn't you? Did I actually say that? I didn't say that, did I? No. Anyway. Oops, it's almost there. But anyway, 40 seconds. This is so crazy. She got in a lot of trouble. Leads us to post number 40, which again, we already saw DJT, the code. So that fits in with everything else. And then we have this Asian man. We're getting near the end now, and I'm still just about 4 hours in. So we're definitely going to be done before 4.5 hours. Thank God. So I got to pack, you guys. I mean, thank you for keeping me here, but let's get through these slides quickly so I can work. This guy with a gun promises he's going to invade California. He fires the weapon and declares a dark promise that he's going to conquer California as he stands on its soil. An overwhelming influx of these people have entered thanks to this open policy. Are we about to witness another version of Venezuelan gangs? I certainly hope not. But again, we got 14. And so this is another one that we've seen many times before. What happens if operations get violence, engage in domestic activities? What happens if mayors and police commissioners do not enforce the law? And then the Marines coming in to help out. We already heard that. Military is the only way. We got a bunch of donations coming in. We got Zoran's mom, $50. Get yourself some Jen's Cafe bars for the road. Yes, I did have their bars from the local store. They are great. So Jen's Cafe bars, and they actually sent me something about that. They were happy that I gave them that endorsement. Tarotina says, have a wonderful, relaxing vacation. St. Michael will be right in the companion seat. You look very happy, by the way, and we enjoy when you were in a bliss mode. Yeah, last week I was burned out, but now I'm literally getting ready to go on this trip. I've got lots of sleep. I'm very happy about getting all that black sun and sacred geometry stuff out. So this has been a great day. Thank you guys for being here. David, you are blushing. I don't know if that's true. I mean, I'm warm. It's gotten warmer. We got the sun out again. But you are so loved, David. She is beautiful, but remember, it is lust to reduce a woman to that, etc., etc. Yeah, I'm just joking. You guys got to be able to take a joke. If I try to play it totally straight and be totally clean, then there's nothing funny in the show. So just calm down. I know that. And not going to happen with all my Latino brothers, says Flying Sparrow. Somebody said something about Kamala being the chained woman from the constellation because her name's spelled backwards. I don't know. I've never heard that one. Pack handy wipes for caution. We just love you and want you to be safe. I'm not going to go taking a dump in the forest, but thank you anyway, whatever the caution may be. I'm going to be in widely trafficked areas with lots of hiking going on, so you don't want to do anything like that. You just use it. Oh, it's called testosterone, yeah. You might meet a lovely lady on vacation. No, I don't intend to hook up with anybody anytime soon at all, not even slightly. So that won't be happening. Anyway, thank you guys for being here. I want to get through the show so we don't stay here forever because, I gotta pack. So why is he always 5 steps ahead? What authority does he have over the Marines? Why is this important? Why was he asked to run with assurances made to prevent tampering? Well, we know the answer. Military is the only way. Then they did this one. This is where, the guy who was gay had trouble with this one. I understand that. Says Father Chad Ripperger. Oh, we had Dean Pratt. Another post came in at the beginning of my show from the Shadow Source showing Bill and Lady Gaga talking about being part of a reptilian race on a new Netflix animated series. I hadn't heard that one. Yeah, that's pretty cool. That's another endorsement of what I talk about, the ET aspect. He also posted something in first person, then deleted it, which is interesting as well. Everyone, can we all use the meditation day to meditate on David's safety during his vacation? Who's in? Says Pure Blood Love. Absolutely. Thank you for any meditation on my protection and safety. I do think I'm going to be fine, but I appreciate it anyway. Father Chad Ripperger unveils the sinister hierarchy of Satan's influence over our culture, explaining how 5 powerful demons acting as generals carry out dark plans for control. The 5 demons are Baal, which he calls Baal in the show, interestingly enough. I've used that pronunciation too. Asmodeus, Leviathan, Lilith, and Baphomet. So when you actually hear what he has to say, and he describes the demons, some people were feeling judged by that. I understand that. But remember, the Alliance isn't actually saying that themselves. They're just pointing out something that, is interesting enough, which is that there is this demonic force, and specifically it's about these crimes that they want you to commit, not against people who are of normal age, but it's when you're getting into that, what is the age thing? That's where it really becomes a problem. I don't have a problem with people doing it as adults. I think you're going to be fine. Millions and millions and millions of people in that demographic are going to be just fine in the first wave of Ascension. So, it's really about the crimes against children that we're worried about, just to be clear. That's how I see it, at least. That's my opinion. So again, post 180, we already saw that one before, so they repeated that one again. Fly, eagles fly, meaning maybe eagles are getting ready to fly. Big things are getting ready to happen, military activity. Then we see that this war may be prolonged due to the minerals that were discovered there. This is with a conversation with Lindsey Graham. They openly admit that the war might be prolonged due to the immense value of trillions of dollars of minerals. Oh my God, you guys, really? That's what it's about? Give me a frickin' break. 48 seconds on this one. And then it says, what is the clearance? What does this explicitly refer to? And then we read this one last week, so I don't need to do all this again. They never thought they were going to lose the calm before the storm. So something is getting ready to happen, a big storm. And then this guy, this is, in vino veritas, right? If you're drunk, you blurt out the truth. Or as Shakespeare would say, many a truth is said in jest. Some people have a Freudian where they've talked about it this way privately, and they just blurt something out, and they totally should not have said that. But then what's so amazing about this is that the guy blurts it out, but he didn't even realize that he said it, and he just went on talking like nothing happened, and they just cut him off really quickly. And what he actually said was that these treatments are unlikely to completely sterilize everyone. We're only going to be able to get 60 or 70%. He actually said that. He actually used that S word that you see right here. It's freaking amazing that he made such a Freudian and he didn't even realize it. It's like, wow, dude. So here's that. What started as a routine interview quickly spiraled into shock when Professor Sir John Bell, a major figure in the development, inadvertently dropped a startling revelation. He mentioned the unthinkable, which is, we can't get everybody, but we'll get 60 to 70% of the world's population. Oh, wow. Okay, well, there you go. The broadcast was abruptly cut, but this explosive statement has sent shockwaves worldwide. And if you could read Chinese kanji characters, here he is at the moment in the subtitles where he actually said that. And it's 1 minute and 38 seconds, which is post 98. And we already saw this one before about, they want you to tie together all this stuff and release the information, which I'm doing right now. So thank you guys again for that. Now we're into the stuff that's just happened in the very recent past. This is some of the last posts, and then I can finally get out of here. The mass shooter on the I-75 in Kentucky is very sad. Reports suggesting he was hiding in the woods and may have been working like a sniper, targeting random individuals, picking up chatter about multiple individuals, and they've shut it down in both directions. This wave has happened in the last week, and now good old Homeland wants to offer their assistance. Well, what could go wrong there? So again, we got 93 seconds, and it says that this particular individual was a puppet, but her strings have now been cut, She's on her own and fighting for her life. That's why they want to disarm everybody, because then, we don't have to worry about it. Oh, nobody can push back. That's never going to happen. Never, ever going to happen. Then they identified him. He has this creepy picture. He worked as a chef, so he's got a head of cauliflower on a wooden stick, and then he's like eating the cauliflower, and he's got the blood on his face because he dipped the cauliflower in blood. It took me a while to figure out what the heck this was, but that's what he actually did. I figured it out. So then it says here, reading the slide, that law enforcement has identified this individual as the suspect. He previously had a regular photo of himself wearing a hat. He since made his profile private, changed the picture, and this morning he purchased something along with 2,000 you-know-what. So there again, you can see he's got like a cauliflower, and he's put like cooking flour on his shirt. The cauliflower's been dipped in red, and his face is dipped in red. This looks very gory and weird, and this is the guy who did this. So he was definitely being influenced. They identified him, and they have him on their radar, as it says here, that he once served in the U.S. Army, worked as a 9/11 dispatcher, or 911. His favorite quote was, "Only the dead could be at peace." Yeah, right. That's not true. Strangely, his last visible post dates back to 2015. Well, probably because he's been managed ever since. They said, don't post anything. His sister-in-law revealed that he had previously threatened others. Did they have him on the radar? Absolutely. They were talking to him. And he's only got 176 friends. Oh, that's so sad. It's not any reason to go blowing people up, dude, even if you only got a few friends. Come on. So then he was an SR at Independent Opportunities, U.S. Army, studied at Le Cordon Bleu College of Culinary Arts, and he went to Whitey High School. Oh, it's not really Whitey, it's Whitley. Come on, it's funny. It's funny. He went to the Whitey High School. You gotta love that. And then, last but not least, good old Miss K wants all of your guns. What could go wrong there? Look at their eyes. Look at how crazy she looks on the left. He looks all freaked out on the right. And he drops a bombshell admitting that the intention is to confiscate everything. Say this is the only way forward for their agenda. I've watched her on NBC many times in other things that we've seen. She's just very aggressive. She's always got this really aggressive, angry energy. It's really pretty wild. How disturbing is that, huh? Well, that's never going to happen. We got post 89, and they're talking about this particular foundation and who's donating and how many people disappeared, and then what countries were donating, and they're Muslims. And so, okay, interesting. Well, we've done it, folks. I'm at 4 minutes and 16 seconds, so we're pretty much at the end anyway. But it is time for 400 of you to run away with your tails between your legs like scared little dogs. That's what's going to happen. Maybe they just fake me out that way. I don't know. But it also could be that I'm using my slider here, so you're seeing me like as I phase in and out. Apparently that screws up the broadcast, and it makes it so you can't see as many people showing. But some people do run away because they're tired. I understand that. So if you have to go to sleep, or if you don't like commercials, you just hit skip. It's not a big deal. But anyway, we're going to do our meditation, and then I got to get on with packing, get on with my evening. So thank you guys for being here. Let's just dive right into this thing. So here we go. I'd like you to put both feet flat on the floor. I'd like you to close your eyes, take a nice deep breath, and let it go. Reviewing all of this amazing information, the Maltese cross, the photon, that the whole universe is built from one photon that fractalized out into all of the universe that we now see in the manifest world. That apparently we are orbiting Alpha and Beta Centauri, and then there's also Proxima Centauri, and that these three stars together would be part of a binary system, and that this energy comes in the form of sacred geometry, and it has spiritual power propelling us through the ascension process at the end of the 25,920-year orbit. Just like we see, going deeper and deeper into relaxation, that the Mayan calendar cycle has a fascinating counterpart in the 5,200-year evolutionary cycle discovered by Dr. Lonnie Thompson. Breathing in this healing energy, this Christ energy, transforming us to becoming more loving, that the galactic energy we see is also happening on a solar system level, There's cycles of history being driven by this in 2,160 years. And letting ourselves just relax, feeling calm, feeling this beautiful healing white light, transforming the planet, easing all the war tensions, giving us the safest passage possible through the coming times so that we feel more relaxed, more at peace, more love and joy in our lives, unburdened by what has been and the significance of the passage of time. Yes, indeed. Feeling ever more consciously aware of our breath, going deeper into silence, deeper into the peace that surpasses all understanding, seeing this white light surrounding the earth, giving us a safe, honorable passage through the coming times so that nothing bad needs to happen, knowing that we are going into a beautiful ascension, an evolution of what it means to be human on the most fundamental intrinsic level, bringing us back through all of these corridors, these marbled corridors of the mind, transforming our DNA, transforming our love, and bringing us to a heightened state. For in the grandest sense, you are the light, you are the love, you are the one infinite creator. And this is as it was, as it is now, and as it always shall be. And so it is. All right, well, we're at the 4:20 mark. It's a good time to stop. So with that said, I'm going to end it right there. Thank you guys for all your donations. And we will see you next Monday with much less production value on the road in Canada. Thank you for watching. I'm David Wilcock, signing off.